Chapter 8:16. Lard had not been having a good time recently. His camp of more than 2,000 people was constantly shifting to the west, and they were almost out of the desert. It was also difficult to collect drinking water. There was no running water, and they could not drink it. He could only watch as his subordinates became listless, unable to think of a better idea. Besides the problem of water, there was also the problem of food. Damn that Zhang Xiaobao. He's doing this on purpose. He's definitely doing this on purpose. When Lard was preparing to eat early in the morning, his subordinates came looking for him. There was a problem with the food. The fish that he had spent a great deal of money to trade for from Tubo had a layer of fat floating on it. It would have been fine if it had been butter, but the problem was that it was clearly lard. The live fish in the barrel seemed to like the smell of oil very much. They gathered where there was oil, occasionally pecking at it, causing the oil to spread over the entire barrel and glow in the sunlight. On the way back after the trade, we ran into patrolling Great Tang cavalry. A few of them threw large chunks of lard over, saying that they were careless and slipped. A duo eater in charge of transporting the food explained to Lard, upon which Lard let out a thunderous roar. Lard could only give this sort of evaluation, despicable. The Great Tang actually dared to mess with his food. Go find something else to eat. These throw them away. Lard helplessly looked at those lively and cheerful fish, waved his hand, and returned to his tent to fret over the matter. The other duo eaters silently went about their business. In recent days, they had already lost the confidence to continue staying here. Sometimes when they slept at night, they would feel that coming here was a mistake. Not only had they gained nothing, they had also sacrificed many things. When they had first come, they had wanted to establish a forward station next to the Great Tang to provide assistance to those who would come later. This desert was very good. There were Tubo, Turks and Great Tang. The three factions had fought here to create a gap for outsiders. But in the end, Zhang Xiaobao of the Great Tang had tied them down. They could not fight, but they were unwilling to leave. If it was Zhang Xiaobao who sent people to beat them up once or twice, he could find an excuse to leave. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Zhang Xiaobao had been living in peace, except that they would occasionally throw things from the pigs. For example, pig hair, pig dung, and pig blood were thrown into the wind every day. Even if they didn't look, they could smell it. The camp had no choice but to move again and again. How could you do this? Even if two countries are going to war, you have to be a little more magnanimous. Look at you. You've been scheming since you were young. What will you do when you grow up? Zhang Xiaobao was giving Xiaobei and the others a political lesson in the camp. The matter of the pig's blood and pig's dung was done by Xiaobei and the others. It was said that when attacking the enemy, they had to save them. Xiaobei took the lead. As for who gave her the idea, it wasn't important. At this time, she was listening to her brother attentively, trying to understand the spirit of his words. I didn't know what you did until today. Otherwise, I would have come to talk to you long ago. What attacked the enemy, they had to save them. Your little plan was not bad, but your methods were very vile. If others knew that you were my younger siblings, they would laugh at me. Zhang Xiaobao's face was dark as he continued to teach the children. Xiaobei lowered her head and looked like she was admitting her mistake. When she heard her brother's words, she curled her lips. She didn't believe that her brother only found out today. It had already been half a month. Isn't it because you think that we did well? You didn't do it. Jealousy, pure jealousy. Xiaobei, what are you muttering about? Xiaobei, who had just muttered a sentence, was discovered by Zhang Xiaobao. No, I'm not muttering. I have a toothache, so I'm grinding my teeth. Brother, please continue. Xiaobei shook her head, refusing to admit it. Zhang Xiaobao snorted and said, don't be unconvinced when I say that you didn't do well. Look at the situation now. Can't you see? That's because we are strong and the enemy is weak. We have to pay the smallest price for the greatest results. What did you do? Can't the pig's blood be used to make blood tofu? Can't the pig's dung be used as fertilizer? There's even pig skin on the lard. They usually like to eat mixed pig skin, so how can they bear to throw it away? Besides, the wind here doesn't blow in a fixed direction. If it blows away the mini cannibals, our camp will have a smell. Aren't you ashamed? Are these my Zhang Xiaobao's younger siblings? You are a joke. Why don't you go upstream to the river where they get water, and wash the pig's intestines, and hand them to me later? I can fry the intestines for you. You actually wasted it. Why do I, Zhang Xiaobao, have such stupid younger siblings? Today's matter needs to be summarized. Everyone will write a self-reflection later. You must recognize your mistakes and correct them. Do you understand? Xiaobei lowered his head even more. He suddenly turned around and glared at a guard in the crowd. It seemed that this was the young guard's idea. Xiao Yuan also had an expression of deep realization on his face. Han Xianfeng and the others who were not far away looked at each other. At the beginning, they really thought that Zhang Xiaobao was going to talk to Xiaobei and the others and ask them to be more aboveboard. At this moment they finally understood. How was this teaching his younger siblings to learn? He was clearly guiding his younger siblings to lower the cost of their schemes. Xiaobei obediently took 2 steps forward. His eyes were red and tears were welling up in his eyes. Brother, I know I was wrong. I didn't eat so many fried pig intestines. Now that I think about it, my heart aches. Also, I didn't use much pig skin to cook the jelly. I will definitely learn from this in the future. And it's good that you recognize your mistakes. You are still young. Remember, when you are strong, you have to use the smallest price to achieve the best goal. Disperse. I see that you have prepared a lot of pig trotters. When it's time to shave them, go upstream and roast them. Throw them into the river after they are roasted. Zhang Xiaobao looked gratified at his younger siblings who were willing to correct their mistakes. After comforting them, he even gave them some guidance. Under the admiring gazes of his younger siblings, he left to find Wang Wan to discuss how to make a breakthrough. Today, you are only allowed to eat half of your lunch and dinner. Think about it carefully. How much do you think you missed? You even made my brother personally come over to teach you. I am very angry. Xiaobei turned around and complained to the innocent-looking guards. The people sent by Zhu Zan of Tubo Chida were also watching from the side. They originally wanted to see how Zhang Xiaobao would educate his younger siblings. Now that they understood, they didn't care about the uncomfortable feeling of cold sweat sticking to their bodies. They hurriedly went back to write a letter and had someone send it back quickly. They told Zanpu to be careful, very, very careful. Wang Wan also heard how Zhang Xiaobao had lectured Xiaobei and the others. When she saw Zhang Xiaobao swaying back, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She said, Xiaobao, you just did that? What kind of education do you want to educate Xiaobei and the others? Hehe, it's just a joke. They are children after all. I will play with them. Anyway, the one who loses is not me. They can eat more people and suffer. It's a pity that there are no good chilies. You can't make Mao Shui Wang with chilies. Zhang Xiaobao didn't seem to care at all. You are provoking ethnic conflicts. Wang Wan put the blame on him. Which ethnic group provokes ethnic conflicts? There isn't one yet. Who should I pick? Come, let's discuss how to deal with Kutuyu. We have less than 3 days before we set off. Zhang Xiaobao no longer put his thoughts on the more than 2,000 people. He began to think about how to make Kutuyu lead the troops back to the Song Mo Commander-in-Chief's office. At the very least, it had to be delayed until next year's spring plowing. At that time, even if Kutuyu wanted to do something, there wouldn't be any resources available. Didn't you say you wanted to arrange an assassination? I think this idea is fine. Wang Wan mentioned Zhang Xiaobao's idea. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and regretted. So that's what you were thinking? After scolding Xiaobei and the others today, I changed my mind. Not only do we have to let the children know how to save resources, the adults should also set an example. If we arrange an assassination, the chariot will be ours, the manpower will be ours, and the crossbows will also be ours. Using the smallest price to exchange for the biggest benefit will not be laughed at by Xiaobei and the others. Therefore, I decided to find Kutuyu for a meal and treat him to some buns. At that time, we will bring their troops back together. Leaving them here will consume too much money every day. We will spend too much money on transportation. The slaves we bought here will be enough to support us. Chai Zuzan agreed to go to the capital, and Mog Lian also agreed. However, they will not go with us. We will set off the day after tomorrow. The day of departure arrived. Kutuyu waited for General Kutuyu to fall ill after eating a few buns. Just when Kutuyu suspected that Zhang Xiaobao was up to something bad, Zhang Xiaobao didn't make any moves. He didn't even ask about the matter of military authority. The 40,000-strong army set off, bringing up layers of sand and dust as they moved towards the place where the ships were. There was still a group of people who left to return to Idyll. They were the relatives of Zhang Gang and Zhang Fang, Chang, who had been invited to visit his children. He had just arrived the day before yesterday. After hearing his children reciting poems, performing dances and writing, he was so happy that he slapped his son's head several times in succession. After playing with them for 2 more days, he finally reluctantly bid farewell. He left behind a sentence for his children to learn well, and left without looking back. Mo set off in advance. He wasn't willing to move with Zhang Xiaobao's large group. That wouldn't be the sword meet on Mount Hua. He would be escorted. Of course, even if he didn't go with them, he wouldn't use the name of the sword meet on Mount Hua. He would use the excuse of going to the capital to pay tribute. He didn't dare to talk about the sword meet with Li Longji. At the same time, Zhu Zanqi arranged the matters in Tubo and set off with Princess Jincheng. His speed was neither fast nor slow. He followed behind Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's group. There was a day's journey in between. Scouts were sent out in all directions, reporting every hour. They had to carefully watch the path that Zhang Xiaobao's troops had taken. There was no other way. They had been frightened by the information sent back by their subordinates. Even children like Xiao Bei could recognize the mistakes made in scheming, let alone the adults. With the departure of the great Tang's group, the Duogu people who hadn't eaten or slept well for a few days finally heaved a sigh of relief. Then they were at a loss. The 40,000-strong army had left the desert, and a few thousand people had come to set up camp. They couldn't go back at all. What worried them the most was that the people who came later wanted to carry out the scheme to the end. Lalda thought about it, and felt that he wouldn't be of much use if he stayed here. He might as well go back early, and send more troops next time. Although the road wasn't easy, he had to vent his anger. Everything passed by calmly like this. The people at Pengzhou Pass felt a little regretful. They thought that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would have a big fight. They didn't expect that there would be a feeling of powerlessness. Those who had such thoughts were usually soldiers. They were hot-blooded. The people who were marshals had different thoughts. They were most in favor of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's method. This was what it meant to subdue the enemy without fighting. With the 40,000-strong army, the trouble in the north of Hebei province was solved. The Tujue and Tubo problem was solved. The Duogu people spent a lot of money, but didn't get anything in the end. Paper money started to circulate in Tubo and Tubo. They also exchanged a lot of livestock and slaves. Sure enough, a good fighter has no illustrious achievements. In the capital, in Xingqing Palace, after Li Longji received the news of Zhang Xiaobao's return, he read the letter again and again. Finally, he said to Gao Lishir, who was beside him. Gao Lishir was also happy. This time, Zhang Xiaobao didn't use a lot of money. At least, he didn't use the money from the national treasury. As for the money used by Xiaobao himself, he would probably ask for the corresponding policies. Good son. Thinking like this, Gao Lishir said modestly, "Your Majesty is wrong. It's all petty tricks that can't be shown in public." Well, it's petty tricks. It's petty tricks that solved the problem in the north of Hebei province. It's petty tricks that forced Zizhenchide and Moji Lian to come to the capital to pay tribute. It's petty tricks that planted a deeper hidden danger for Tubo and Tujue. Starting tomorrow, all the smart people in the court should give me some petty tricks, like Xiaobao and Cuckoo. Li Longji was glowing. It seemed that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took people on a trip as if they were playing, but the result was unimaginable. If this was considered petty tricks, then there was no smart person in the world. Gao Lishir had always heard the emperor praise Xiaobao and Cuckoo, so he had long been immune to it. He followed Li Longji's words and said, "I think the only good thing is that they didn't start a real war. Otherwise, it would be a waste of people and money. I wonder what kind of sword competition Xiaobao wants to have by inviting them in the name of your Majesty? Could it be that they want to compete to see who has better swordsmanship?" Gao Lishir was very happy when he talked about this. After Zhang Xiaobao went there, the court had passed a resolution. If Wang Wan really sent troops to deal with Tujue and Tubo, the court would send troops to the border of the other side to provide reinforcements. When fighting Tubo, the Tujue dared to move, so they had to send troops. When fighting Tubo, it was the same. They would not allow Wang Wan to fight on two fronts, even if they knew that she could do it. This was not a problem of ability, but a problem of the Tang Empire's attitude. Fortunately, they did not fight. The two of them used a few tricks to extinguish the flames of war that were about to rise. Now, other than Xinhua and Japan, the surrounding countries were basically stable. What they had to see was what Xiao Bao would do when he found the Tufan and Turkic people. Li Longji was also thinking about this matter. His name had been falsely used. In a situation where he should be angry, he couldn't get angry. He could still distinguish between public interest and private interest. Zhang Xiaobao did not use his name to gain benefits for himself. Although he couldn't see it even if he gained benefits, at least others couldn't criticize him. Xiaobao hasn't written a letter to talk about the specifics? Li Longji was also curious about the sword meet on Mount Hua. It sounded good, but he didn't know how to do it. Gao Lisha replied, "No, Xiaobao didn't put his thoughts on Mount Hua. It seems that the sword meet has already been considered. When he comes back, we will know." In a recent letter, Xiaobao mentioned that he wants the imperial court to help share the burden. Before winter comes, we will increase the number of cargo ships on the Jing River. Fortunately, when they pass by the Jing River, they will block the river. As Gao Lisha spoke, he took out another letter. This was a letter from home. However, he first mentioned that he would wait for some time before writing another letter to Li Longji. Gao Lisha was actually not willing to let the emperor read his letters, because the emperor always snatched his things. As expected, when Li Longji took the letter and read it, he didn't first mention blocking the river, so that 40,000 people could pass by the small river, which was the river from Sanshui County. Instead, he pointed at the words on the letter and asked Gao Lisha, "Is the bone marrow of this yak really better than that of a normal yak? It can strengthen the body and bones?" "I think so," Gao Lisha replied. "Well, then we will help Lisha take care of a part of it. When we return, we will write a letter to ask Xiao Bao and the others the best way to eat it." Li Longji took care of Gao Lisha. What else could Gao Lisha say? Just give it to him. Ever since Xiao Bao and Cuckoo started to give him things, the emperor had developed the habit of giving him something every time. It wasn't like this in the past. Li Longji had received something, so he brought up other things in the letter. "But suddenly you fell ill again? Does he want to stay behind and walk slowly? Xiao Bao wants to let 40,000 people enter the small river from Dingping. I don't know if they can withstand it. If 40,000 soldiers cause trouble, it won't be good. Your Majesty, in addition to the soldiers and horses in Fenzhou, you can also send the soldiers and horses in Jizhou. I believe that Xiao Bao will solve this problem. Xiao Bao can't let them enter the capital. Otherwise, it will be no different from an army at the gate. This subject will write a letter to ask about the details." Gao Lisha was also very afraid of the 40,000 people. He was afraid that they would suddenly cause trouble, which would be difficult to clean up. On the Yellow River, Zhu Zanqi's fleet had surpassed Zhang Xiaobao's fleet. It was not that Zhu Zanqi was fast, but that Zhang Xiaobao's fleet was too slow. To be precise, the speed of the ships was slow, but the ships carrying a large number of soldiers were not slow. There were many sick people on the slow ships. Among them, Kutuyu was the most seriously ill. Now it was not just his stomach that was uncomfortable, but his whole body was not comfortable. Originally, he had a bad stomach, but when he was on the river, he finally contacted someone from the Song Mo Commander-in-Chief's office. After he heard the news, he really fell ill. It was said that at that time, blood kept flowing out of his nose, which made his already weak body worse. "General Kutuyu, are you better? I'm here to give you something to eat. Steamed egg lamb. Try it. I added some salt to give you more salt. Otherwise, your body will be even weaker." Zhang Xiaobao carried a tray in his hand. On the tray was a large bowl of steamed eggs and lamb. The steamed eggs in the bowl were very tender and pleasing to look at. He walked into Kutuyu's cabin and said with concern, Kutiyu looked at Zhang Xiaobao blankly. When Zhang Xiaobao put down the tray, he asked Zhang Xiaobao in a weak voice, "Provincial Governor Zhang, what do you want to do? I haven't done anything to offend you, have I? But General too, you don't have to get up. Quickly lie down. General, what are you saying? You have always helped me, so how could you offend me? General, you don't have to think too much. You will recover in a few days. Come, try some of the lamb eggs. Sigh, for the sake of our friendship." General actually came despite the dangers of not being acclimatized to the climate. Zhang Xiaobao reached out and pressed down on Kutiyu's body as he was about to get up. He used a spoon to scoop up some egg lamb and blew on it before bringing it to Kutiyu's mouth. If it were someone else who didn't know the specific situation, they would really think that Zhang Xiaobao was inexplicably moved by Kutiyu. However, at this time, one was lying down and one was sitting. They both understood what was going on. This time, Kutiyu was really convinced. This Zhang Xiaobao could be so hypocritical. He could even talk nonsense in front of others. What else couldn't he do? Wei Wei shook her head. Kutiyu didn't eat the egg lamb. Instead, he stared at Zhang Xiaobao. After a while, Zhang Xiaobao still had the same sad expression of seeing a sick lord. However, Kutiyu gave up the idea of seeing an evasive look in Zhang Xiaobao's eyes. He said, "Zhang Xiaobao, don't be so hypocritical. What are your plans for my Song Mo manor? Do you think that I won't be able to do anything if you get rid of everyone? Let me tell you, Zhang Xiaobao, as long as I still have a breath, I can still make a breakthrough." "Yes, General. However, General, to you must not think too much. You will definitely live. When you reach the capital, you can recuperate and be vigorous again. You must not lose your confidence. Everyone hopes that General will recover soon. However, just talking is not enough. You must eat. Come eat half a bowl. After eating, rest more. Don't think too much about other useless things." Zhang Xiaobao really looked like he was trying to coax a patient who was in a bad mood. However, Kutiyu was about to cry. This Zhang Xiaobao was really too shameless. He was lying through his teeth. He turned his head with all his strength, wanting to knock the spoon away. However, Zhang Xiaobao was one step ahead of him and moved the spoon away. "Zhang Xiaobao, let's make things clear today. Why are you treating me like this? Don't argue with me." Chapter 8:17. When the birds are gone, the good bow is put away. When the cunning rabbit is dead, the hound is cooked. Governor Zhang, you and Adjunct Wang are truly formidable. You first stabilized the Tubo, and now you've dealt with the tribes of northern Hebei province. From the looks of it, you're planning to deal with the Turks as well. This general congratulates you in advance. But Tiyu propped up his weak body, looked at Zhang Xiaobao with a pitiful gaze, and said word by word, "Congratulations to you, congratulations to you." It turns out that General Kutiyu also knows how to burn the bridge after crossing the river, and get rid of the donkey after it has left the millstone. General isn't trying to persuade me to raise a thief for self-respect and quickly send General back, right? General, please eat slowly. I'll go out and teach General's words to Xiaobei and the others. Zhang Xiaobao said to Kutiyu indifferently. He no longer cared whether he could eat or not. Looking at Zhang Xiaobao's departing figure, Wei Wei's eyes welcomed the sunlight shining in through the door. Kutiyu ignored the piercing tears that fell from his eyes. Seeming to have thought of something happy, the corners of Wei Wei's mouth curled up. When he turned his head back, he picked up the bowl and began to eat in big mouthfuls. The weather was getting colder. After the autumn harvest, the river became busier. The 40,000-strong army was stuck in the middle of the originally wide river, unable to pass through the surging Yellow River. Order the ships in front to change to small boats. From Dingping to the small river, pass Sanshui County, and enter the capital. Along the way, ensure that the troops are provided with food and drink, and deepen the relationship between the army and the people. When Wang Wan heard the news from the front, she issued a new order, emphasizing the relationship between the army and the people. These words were for the generals who stayed on the ship to hear. The person in charge of delivering the news understood that the operation had begun and hurriedly left. Wang Wan turned around and said to the helpless and angry generals who knew about the unforeseen event in their homeland, "Everyone, The new year is coming. If we do our best to return, it will definitely be tiring. There's not enough time. So why don't we celebrate the new year in the capital and go to Mount Hua to enjoy the snow? No one responded. The generals looked at Wang Wan with unkind eyes, as if they wished they could eat Wang Wan alive. Wang Wan didn't care how much others hated her. She didn't say anything when she saw them. She hummed a song and went to find Zhang Xiaobao. Xiaobao, they hate me so much. Li Longji is not bad. He knows how to cooperate with us. With this, at least a third of the 40,000 people will be able to survive. That's quite a force to be reckoned with. When they see how the people of Sanshui County live, they will reconsider their original way of life. This winter, the off-season vegetables in Sanshui County will not be overstocked. Let them eat it, and let them know that the Tang Empire can also eat vegetables in winter. Wang Wan found Zhang Xiaobao, who was hiding in the cabin and writing with his head down, and happily said to him, "Oh," Zhang Xiaobao replied. Wang Wan poured herself a cup of water and held it in her hands. She looked in the direction of Sanshui County and said, "Xiaobao, I haven't been back for a long time. What do you think Shuangzi is like now? If they can hear the sound of reading on the shore, and the smoke from the small building rising into the fog when they pass by, won't it scare them again?" "Oh," Zhang Xiaobao replied. "Also, the lotus seeds in the pond are hanging their heads shyly. The reeds by the lake are covered in frost. Isn't it beautiful?" Wang Wan continued asking. "Oh," Zhang Xiaobao replied. "What are you doing?" "I'm asking you a question." Wang Wan was dissatisfied. Oh, I'm listening. The smoke from the small building rising into the fog is not good. It's easy to get respiratory diseases. The lotus seeds should have been cut long ago. Otherwise, they would all fall into the water. It's the right time to eat lotus roots. Zhang Xiaobao reacted quickly. He raised his head and looked at Wang Wan. "What are you busy with?" Wang Wan didn't care about what Zhang Xiaobao said. She moved closer to take a look. "I'm busy with the rebellion. I'm looking for a suitable place to start the army. The best place is Jinchuan." Zhang Xiaobao moved his body away and pointed at the map to Wang Wan. Wang Wan looked at the map. It was indeed Tubo's Jinchuan. "You want to be the emperor?" "Yes, it's impossible not to be the emperor. Child Zuzan, Mo Lian, and Kutuyu will definitely praise our army there. It's good there. There are mountains and rivers, and the yield of barley is high. It can be said that we can attack or retreat." Zhang Shuashuo, who has escaped the wheel of history and still hasn't been ousted, Wu Huifei, who has watched other people's children grow up and can't hurt them. And there are also other people with bad intentions. Can we cooperate with them and not rebel? Zhang Xiaobao touched the Jinchuan line and said faintly. After hearing Zhang Xiaobao's complaints, Wang Wan laughed. "Serves you right. Who asked you to solve everything at once and prepare to give up the place?" "Yes, give it to Li Longji. We'll continue to head northwest. The Darim Basin is not bad. Who said that the Anxi Protectorate should be given to others? We'll go and take it. In any case, Li Longji can't control it. Perhaps after the sword meet on Mount Hua, the great Tang people will go to the Padala Palace like a tourist." "Oh, it's called the Red Mountain Palace. Why should we give it to the Tibetan Buddhists? Now is the best time to take it. How much money is wasted there every year? Let's not talk about religion. You can choose not to believe it, but you can't talk about it," Wang Wan hurriedly persuaded. "Why can't I talk about it? No one is more sacred than the other. I've decided that the Red Mountain Palace will not be allowed to have any religion in the future. Once they make a move, we'll give up the Jinchuan line. If Li Longji still wants to expand, then we'll continue to head northwest. I think he will support us. He can't wait for us to occupy the Mediterranean Sea in one go. There is a lot of oil there, so we can extract it all. We can find a place near the capital and dig a big hole. We can pour the stones in for future generations." Zhang Xiaobao began to paint a picture of the future. Wang Wan was so amused that she hugged Zhang Xiaobao's arm and giggled. "Even if you flood the capital, it won't be able to hold the oil. Where do we take it? Where do we use it? Slaves bought from Tubo? When we're old, can our future generations still hold on? How many Chinese are there in the world? How many countries recognize China? Singapore, Indonesia, the Philippines and other countries. Do the Chinese recognize them? Back then, England was called the empire where the sun never sets. What about now? In the face of time and power, everything will change. I'll use the slaves for now. I don't care what happens in the future. As long as I'm alive, I'll do what I want to do. What's that saying again? When the world is divided for a long time, it must be united. And when united for a long time, it must be divided. Now that the great Tang has me, I'll do my best to bully others. What does it have to do with me? Right, it has nothing to do with you. You're a good person, a very good person. So good that you use your will to judge others. Then we'll use the slaves first and spend a lot of money on roads. Will we be in the capital this new year? In the capital. We'll bring our parents over to celebrate the new year together. Next year, I'll think of a way to get a job near the capital. Xiaobei and the others can't always be away from their parents. You should help us choose a good job. My father will be in the capital next year. I think Li Longji will give him a minor rank 1 official, but his actual position will be at rank 3. We'll see what Li Longji and the others think about Jili province. If they want to give it away, we'll have the people of Jili province continue north and occupy Mo. Aya, where can we find a good official like me? I'm a pillar of the country. After I die, I should go to Babaishan, the type that gathers the flag. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he used a pen to draw a spot on the map that he wanted to occupy. Wang Wan pinched Zhang Xiaobao's face. Thick as expected. If all the officials of the Great Tang are like you, Li Longji will be worried to death. You're giving up the land, but you're taking the people with you. Northeast, northwest, and south. Holding a large number of soldiers and shouting loyalty. What is it that you're loyal to? Of course it's my people, the Chinese people. Help me think of something. There are too many things to do, and I'm afraid that I'll be confused and forget. Build a training base. When the conscripts reach the age limit, send them to the training base first. In case they can't find a job after they return from the army. We can't make the same mistake that others have made before. When another rain fell, and the weather turned cold again, the generals from the north of Hebei province finally stood on the land of Sanshui County. Their faces were as gloomy as the weather. The troops could not be contacted. Looking around, it was all the protection teams of the Zhang family and the Wang family. The wharf of Little Luoshui was still bustling with activity. Carriages and horses came and went without stopping. Pedestrians jostled shoulder to shoulder, and the sound of hawking rose one after another. General Kutu, have you had a good rest recently? Over there is the first restaurant in Linshui. The chef's skills are good. Why don't you go and try it? Ever since Zhang Xiaobao's feet stepped on this land, his whole demeanor changed. He had a feeling that the world was so big, and who else could do it but him? He was full of confidence when he spoke to Kutu's day. Kutu of course understood why he was like this. If it was the commander-in-chief's mansion of Song Mo, he would not be worse than Zhang Xiaobao. Who didn't know that Sanshui County was the foundation of the Zhang family and the Wang family? Thank you, Governor Zhang, for taking care of me along the way. If Governor Zhang lost somewhere else, would you still have the face to come back? Kutu clenched his teeth and said, Come back, of course I'll come back. I'm not Xiangyu. Why should I be afraid of losing? I don't care about face. There is only hope as long as I'm alive. General Kutu, please take care. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking to Kutu, he pulled over a child who was running like crazy. He took out a piece of candy and stuffed it into his mouth. Before the child was about to spit out the candy in his mouth in fright, he said, I am the young master of the Zhang family, Zhang Xiaobao. After knowing that no one dared to pretend to be a member of the Zhang family in Sanshui, the child raised his head and smiled sweetly at Zhang Xiaobao. You're back. I'm back. Zhang Xiaobao grabbed another handful of candy. Chapter 8:18. What you hear may be false, but seeing is believing. Zizhen, who followed Zhang Xiaobao's group here, finally witnessed the richness of Great Tang. In the past, he had always heard the people he sent to Great Tang talking about how good Great Tang was. However, Zizhen, who had never seen it with his own eyes, felt that Great Tang was only slightly better than Tubo in certain aspects. For example, the clothes worn by the people and the more comfortable environment. As for the food, he felt that the difference between the two places was not that big. If Zhang Xiaobao was not so bad and reduced the food supply of Tubo, Great Tang would not be worse than Great Tang. After traveling by boat all day, Zizan finally realized the difference between Tubo and Great Tang when they could travel by land after arriving at Sanshui County. Stepping on the firm ground, looking at the helpers at the docks wearing the same style and color of clothes, looking at the spacious and clean streets, he did not notice any slightly bigger holes on the road. This was probably the cement road that the person who sent back the news mentioned. Looking at the people who were arranged to sell food, they were all clean and tidy. Most of the food they sold was of an unknown variety. The carriages in charge of transporting goods and people came and went without stopping. The shops by the roadside were neat and tidy. The people walking here had smiles on their faces. Children carrying beautiful backpacks of unknown use stood in a row under the lead of their adults. All the carriages made way for them. The never-before-seen shelves used to load and unload goods moved piles of goods around at an unimaginable speed. In just a short while, a boat full of goods was loaded or unloaded, sitting in the carriage that was specially prepared for them. They realized that it was many times better than the carriage they were in before. The bumps were almost negligible. After walking for more than a li, the houses on both sides of the wide road were even more attractive. Other than the various restaurants and shops, the people lived in small two-story buildings. The river that the small boats passed through had a sloping embankment. It was as flat as a mirror, and there was not a single bit of trash on the river. Listening to the cries of chickens and ducks, there was no smell of feces when a gust of wind blew. No one would casually find a place to poop or pee. This was an inconceivable thing in Tubo. On the shore, there were pavilions built at intervals, surrounded by plants. Occasionally, the aroma of food wafted out from the pavilions. Pedestrians would occasionally stop to rest in the pavilions and buy some snacks to eat. After the autumn harvest, there were still people busy plowing the land. Those strong and healthy cattle looked like they were from Tubo, no matter how one looked at them. Further on, at a little distance from the shore, there was an open space, surrounded by low walls, in which books with fallen leaves fluttered in the wind. From this height, one could see that in the enclosed space, there was a pond, surrounded by pavilions. Under the sunshine, a group of children were sitting or leaning in the corridor, chanting in unison, "There's a guest, there's a guest, there's a white horse. There is prosperity and prosperity, and the journey is meticulous. We have guests, we have guests, we have letters." Watching and listening, Zhu Zan was frightened by what he saw and heard. Sitting in the carriage, Princess Jinqing looked at all of this with her beautiful eyes. She had not been back for a long time. She did not expect to see such a scenery. It was definitely not fake to confuse others. It was all real. There was actually a fairyland-like place in Tang Dynasty. "Xiaobei, what's over there?" Princess Jinqing asked the question that Zhu Zan wanted to ask, but was too embarrassed to ask. Xiaobei was accompanying the carriage as a diplomat. When he heard Princess Jinqing's question, he turned his head and looked. It was a big courtyard. He generously introduced it. "Princess Aunt, that's a school. They are learning very seriously. It's almost lunchtime. They should be revising the knowledge that they just learned." "Lunchtime? I don't see anyone delivering food." Princess Jinqing had stayed in Tubo for a long time. She was not clear about the lives of the people in Tang Dynasty. Or it could be said that she did not remember that the people in Tang Dynasty ate lunch at this time. Usually there were 2 meals. The smart Xiaobei immediately understood. He proudly looked at Zhu Zan and replied, "Princess Aunt, no one is delivering food. I think the food is already ready. I'll get someone to bring some over to take a look." "Stop the carriage. Someone, go to that school and say that Zhang Xiaobei from Zhangjia Zhuangzi wants a lunch." After giving the order, Xiaobei introduced, "Princess Aunt, the meals of the students here are taken care of by the merchants of Sanshui County. The merchants will take out a portion of the money to be used to feed and dress the children. That's 4 meals a day. We will eat in a while. Soon, we will reach the place where we eat." "Oh, they can actually eat 4 meals a day. Aunt only eats 4 meals a day over there. It seems that the officials in the county are very strict with the merchants." Princess Jincheng was very surprised. Tubo did not have such a school. The management of Sanshui County is not bad. However, the merchants are willing to take the money. No one forced them. The merchants of Sanshui County are very cultured. They are not heartless. After they earn money, they know how to use it for public welfare. In the past, it was our family who forked out the money. Now the school is being renovated by them. Princess Ant, look at the wall. There are words. Let me take a look. It says that the country is strong from a child. It strengthens the body and enlightens the mind. We have always been working hard. I can't see the words clearly. It should be the name of the merchant who took the money. Xiao Bei's voice was sweet, causing a smile to appear on the face of the Princess of Jincheng. Hearing this, Zhu Zan felt his entire body turn cold, starting from his heart. If all of this was true, then what would Tubo use to fight against Great Tang in the future? More than 10 years later, when batches of children grow up, it would be too terrifying. Xiao Bei introduced a few more words. The person who took the food came back with a tray in his hand. He passed it to Xiao Bei through the window. Everyone in the carriage looked at the tray at the same time. Let me see what they are eating today. And it's not bad. 2 vegetarian dishes and 1 meat dish. This meat dish is soft fried tenderloin. Brother's cooking is the best. This is stir-fried meat with garlic. This is scrambled eggs with cucumber. There's also half a salted duck egg. It's marinated well. It's buttery. I like to eat it the most. There's more. Why didn't you bring it over? Xiao Bei held the tray and introduced. The last sentence was directed at the people outside. Immediately, another person came over and brought a small bowl and a small plate. The soup has just been prepared. Xiao Bei continued to introduce. Let me see this soup. It's shrimp and winter melon soup. This small plate contains cut fruits. This is a fruit platter. This is called a nutritious combination. It can ensure the children's needs for an entire afternoon. Princess Ant, try it. The main dish is rice and steamed buns. At this moment, Zhu Zan could not help but smell the fragrance of the food. He asked Xiao Bei, do all the children eat this every afternoon? That's not it, Xiao Bei replied. Just as Zhu Zan heaved a sigh of relief, she said, the dishes are different every afternoon. The same as 2 vegetarian dishes, 1 meat dish, 1 soup, and 1 fruit platter. You're not allowed to be picky. Today's timing is not good. If it's the 5th day, you can still eat the fragrant bone marrow. Then how much does it cost? All for the children to eat? Zhu Zan saw that there was a lot of oil in the food and swallowed his saliva before asking. It's worth it no matter how much money is spent. The food given to the child has to be of the best quality. Look at this rice, it's of the highest quality. Whoever dares to give poor quality food to the child will be severely punished if caught. This is called Operation Chaoyang. Many places in the Great Tang have started doing this. It won't be long before it spreads throughout the Great Tang. Even though Xiao Bei was young, she knew what Zhu Zanqi wanted to know. She was also willing to use all her strength to scare Zhu Zanqi. Zhu Zan could not help but pick up his chopsticks and put a mouthful of food into his mouth. He sighed inwardly. The taste was really good. He did not know what seasoning was used to make it so fragrant. Princess Jincheng also tasted the food. With a gratified smile on her face, she continued to ask Xiao Bei, what do we eat for breakfast? Breakfast is simple. A bowl of milk or goat's milk, 2 eggs, salted vegetables mixed with sesame oil and cake. After 2 hours of class, we will give you red bean paste or bread with cream fillings, and a cup of fruit juice. Occasionally, we can add some of the butter tea from Aunt Princess. Because it's far away, we don't have much here. Brother and sister said that we have to think of ways to get more from Tubo. If Tubo does not agree, we can just snatch it. This is called a snack, not a proper meal. Xiao Bei continued to attack Zhu Zan until the end. At this moment, Zhu Zan was already numb. He no longer wanted to compare himself with the Tang Empire. As for Xiao Bei's threat, he pretended not to hear it. Chapter 819. The internet was disconnected last night. He just called and it connected. A loud and clear sound lingered in Jihao's ears. As a human-shaped target about 130 steps away, had a large hole in its arm. Li Longji picked up the binoculars and looked at it. He shook his head regretfully and said to Gao Lisher, who was standing beside him, "It can shoot farther and harder than a pistol. It takes longer than a bow to find the target. Aim, shoot, reload and reload. What do you think?" Gao Lisher also had a gun in his hand. After aiming for a while, he didn't dare to shoot because the wind was strong. He was afraid that he would shoot too far away from the target and make the emperor think that he was going easy on him. He was also afraid that he would accidentally shoot the head of the target. Hearing the emperor's voice, Lingji lowered the muzzle of the gun and finally shot between the target's legs, piercing through the wooden planks used to block the target's back. He secretly sighed in relief and replied, "This gun has a longer range than a bow and arrow. Moreover, it is easier to carry the bullets. It is more accurate than a bow and arrow in strong winds. I think we should make more and equip more troops." Li Longji nodded slightly and reloaded his gun. This time, he didn't really aim and just casually fired based on his feelings. He actually hit the target's neck. Picking up the binoculars, he looked at the hole in the target's neck and nodded with satisfaction. This is also a skilled job. This time, Xiaobao wants to show it to Emojilian and Zuzazan. I wonder if they will be on guard and find a way to deal with the new weapon? Your Majesty, if not, when can we pacify the surrounding small countries? According to Xiaobao, the world is big. There should be a result. What is more important is the etiquette of Zuzazan and Chida when they meet Your Majesty. Does Your Majesty really want to be on equal footing with them? Gao Lisher didn't mention how to prevent the other party from finding a way to deal with the new weapon, because he still had more powerful weapons that he didn't take out. He planned to use them in the sword competition. At this time, the most important thing was to see the etiquette of the Tubo and Turkic monarchs. Li Longji also knew that he couldn't treat the Tubo and Turkic monarchs like how he treated the Khitans. Seeing that the monarchs of the two countries were coming, face was very important. He said to Gao Lisher, "Order the Ministry of Rights to come up with a few plans. When the two of them arrive, we will act according to plan." On the way, Zizanchide was also considering this matter. He wasn't willing to bow to Li Longji when they arrived at the Great Tang's capital. He wanted to be neither servile nor overbearing, so as not to throw the face of Tubo. Otherwise, if they really fought in the future, their morale would be gone. Although the soldiers didn't have much morale when they heard that Wang Wan was in charge, they still didn't have much morale. The conditions of the accommodation last night were not bad, but the reception was not good. The imperial court in the capital did not send extra people over, nor did they send a guard of honor to receive them. There were no officials from the Ministry of Rights, but it could not be said that there were no officials. There were 9, appointed at the last minute. Zhang Xiaobei and the others were one of them. "Zanpu, shouldn't we protest to the Great Tang Imperial Court? They dared to disrespect us, and didn't even send officials from the Bureau of Rights. They clearly looked down on us." Just as Zhu Zan was about to leave and get on the carriage, a palace official beside him voiced his dissatisfaction. "Assistant Minister Zhang and the other 9 are not officials from the Ministry of Rights? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sent their younger siblings to greet us. How are they looking down on us? Could it be that their status is not high enough?" Zhu Zan really wanted to protest to the palace officials, but he didn't dare to do so. If he really protested, it wouldn't be the Great Tang looking down on Tubo. It would be Tubo looking down on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. These two were like lunatics, capable of doing anything. If they were unhappy, they might not go to the capital and turn around to lead their troops back to Tubo. And all of these could happen. The Tubo officials who followed them only mentioned a few words to express their stand. If they really wanted him to protest, he wouldn't dare to do so. He bowed to Zhu Zan and started a new day's journey. Xiaobei was still acting as a tour guide, answering the questions of the Tubo guests at any time and place. He was very familiar with this. This was how a diplomatic talent was like. The curtains of the car window were raised. As the group walked along the river, they could see the beautiful scenery. Princess Jinsheng had a good sleep yesterday. She dreamt of herself before she got married. She dreamt of catching butterflies with the company of palace maids when she was young. When she woke up, her eyes were filled with tears. Now that she was sitting in the carriage, looking at the floating clouds in the sky through the window, she felt a little absent-minded. She stared at a large courtyard and saw people busily walking in and out. Her eyes were in a daze. Xiaobei was still inexperienced and thought that Princess Jinqing was curious about that place. He introduced it to her. Princess Aunt, that place is a cooked food processing factory. It's the smoked pig trotters and pickled mutton. When it's done, it will be sent to some places in the county. I haven't tried it before, so I think the taste is ordinary. In a while, when it's close to noon, you can go to Zhuangzi. You can taste the authentic and delicious smoked chicken there. The scenery there is better than here. Brother said that he has arranged a very interesting entertainment program for you. But don't go to the heavenly world there to play. It's not interesting at all. Sister said that it's specially prepared for those who are looking for trouble. Oh, what kind of place is that? Princess Jinqing was awakened by Xiaobei's words and asked curiously. It's just for fun. Yesterday was sad, today was sad, and tomorrow was sad. There's also Sister's poem. Xiao Yuan, come here. What's with the heavenly world? You don't have to come up. Quickly tell me. When Xiaobei was introducing it, she was worried. She didn't remember what Wang Wan wrote and shouted out the window. She called Xiao Yuan over, but didn't let her get in the carriage. Xiao Yuan angrily glared at Xiaobei and recited. Outside the curtain, the rain is murmuring, the spring is waning. Luo Qin can't stand the cold. In the dream, he doesn't know he's a guest, he indulges in pleasure. Alone, he doesn't lean on the railings, he passes the mountains without limit. It's easy to leave but difficult to see. The flowing waterfalls, the flowers go, the heavenly world. After reciting it, he didn't wait for Xiaobei to catch him. He ran to the back of the carriage and sat down. He swung his legs and looked at the flowing water. He really looked like a scholar. That's right. In the dream. He doesn't know he's a guest, he doesn't know. Princess Jinqing heard a similar feeling and sighed helplessly. She didn't know what to think, but her eyes became confused again. Zuzan was very surprised. He didn't expect that such a sentence would come from Wang Wan's mouth. He thought that she would kill people. He suddenly thought of something and asked Xiaobei, since it's cooking, it's natural to use fire. Why can't we see a lot of smoke? Zhang Xiaobao was trying to eat the ginger that she didn't like. She didn't sleep well last night and caught a cold. When she heard Zuzan's question, she swallowed the ginger in her mouth and frowned. It wasn't clear whether it was because it was spicy or because she didn't like the ginger. She explained. Without firewood and coal, there's naturally no smoke. There are a lot of people working there. Also, they collect all kinds of feces and other things from the surroundings to make a methane pool. It's just enough to make a fire for cooking. Not only do workshops use it, but many people also use it. Now that it's cold, the methane pool produces less methane. If it's summer, there will be countless flames swaying at night on both sides of the river to light up people who come out to play at night. When Xiaobei said this, Zuzan remembered that there was such a piece of information. Many places in the Tang Empire, especially the places south of the Yellow River, used methane. It was a very magical thing. Unfortunately, there was no cement. Even if they found a pond and inserted a bamboo pipe to produce methane, it wouldn't be safe to use it. The Tang Empire didn't sell cement. It was hard to imagine. As they walked, they talked. When Xiaobei's mouth was dry, and she regretted being a tour guide, the group finally arrived at Tuqiao village. Under the clear sky, the Gu family's Zhuangzi and the Wang family's Zhuangzi came into view first. Further away, there was a hazy fog. There were small bridges and flowing water, winding corridors, green mountains, smoky buildings, clear sounds of books, and the sound of birds chirping. It was simply a paradise on earth. Those who had never been here before felt like they were in a dream. Aunt Princess, this is my home. Actually, I haven't been here many times, but I feel that it's very good. In a while, let's go to Between the Clouds and the Water in front to eat. It's the flagship store Between the Clouds and the Water. Xiaobei's voice woke up Princess Jinqing, who was immersed in the dreamlike scenery. She pointed to the foggy area in front and asked curiously, why is there fog there? Zuzan also looked like he was waiting for Xiaobei to explain. There are many ways. You can use ice, you can boil water, and there's also a special water sprayer. It's very expensive. Brother and sister said that there's another way, which is to use pressure. They can't do it yet, and they don't know how to do it either. Then there will be fog. You can even make it rain as long as there are clouds. Xiaobei was counting his fingers as he spoke. It seemed like he was trying to calculate how much a day of fog would cost, but in the end he couldn't do it. Zhu Zan believed the first part of the words, but he snorted at the latter part. Make it rain. Did he really think that he was a god? However, he didn't have any objections to going to between the clouds and the water to eat. It was said that between the clouds and the water in Sanshui County was the best. He finally had a chance to see if it was better than his own palace. Just as everyone wanted to enter between the clouds and the water to take a look, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came over and invited everyone to play in the mountains for 2 hours. When they came back, they could eat more. They said that there was hunting for entertainment. They also told Zhu Zan that Emojilian had also come for 2 days to participate. Chapter 820. After the meal, Zhu Zan, who was invited to the mountain, saw Emojilian, who had been waiting for a long time. It could be seen that Emojilian had been living a good life recently. At least, there was no problem in terms of rest and food. The only thing lacking was his spirit. Zhu Zan could understand his feelings. When he came to Sanshui County, he saw a different way of life. What kind of life did the people of Tang live? What kind of life did the people of Tubo and Turks live? Comparing the two, it was obvious who was better. Zhu Zan suggested at the last minute. When they went to the supermarket together, they saw a dazzling array of goods. Necessities, clothes, food, drinks, big and small. When winter came, the supermarket was full of people. Looking at the women in ordinary clothes choosing a good piece of meat. Looking at the happy faces of the children buying fresh fruits. Looking at the green and thorny cucumbers. One could imagine the standard of living of the people in the supermarket. He really wanted to fight from the border to the capital, to take back all the good things of Tang, and give them to the people under his rule. But it was just a thought. Tubo did not have the strength to attack Tang. Tang was already thankful that they did not send troops. Not to mention the Turks, the situation was not stable. Tang had increased the number of troops at the border. Just the number of armored horses had reached more than 20,000. If the grassland was not afraid of horses with poor running speed and endurance, then the light cavalry raised by the Feng province was like a battle knife with half of its blade exposed. There are more and more light cavalry of Fengzhou. Zhu Zan found an opportunity to approach Emojilian, and said casually. Emojilian's face was heavy. It doesn't matter how many light cavalry of Fengzhou there are, but I am afraid that they are under someone's command. Jinchuan heard that there are many caravans coming and going, so they should congratulate. The two of them said nothing more. Their meaning was very clear. Neither of them was stronger than the other. It was only because the great Tang had a pair of madmen who did things for the sole purpose of achieving their goals, and did not consider the effects of other aspects. Silence became the two people's best weapon. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't care less about the thoughts of the two people who were about to fall. In order to let the two of them know their identities when they met Li Longji, they had to organize this hunting operation properly. Climbing the mountain, sightseeing, looking at the lake in the middle of the valley, looking at the bleak winter leaves on the mountain, and then savoring the unpredictability of the drifting clouds, the group arrived at the hunting ground. There were no large wild animals in the mountains behind Zhangjiazhuangzi. It was impossible for Zhang Xiaobao to transport wild animals from other places for people to hunt. More than 1,000 chickens that were about to become food were placed in a valley. There, they were running around in search of something to eat. Emojilian thought that Zhang Xiaobao would find a flat place where the horses could gallop and compare riding and shooting skills, such as hunting a bear or encircling a deer. Now he saw a flock of chickens. Was it to see who could kill the chickens? Just as he was wondering, Zhang Xiaobao took out more than a dozen spears and distributed them to Moji Lian, Zhu Zan, and the people close to them. He explained to them, "When we were at Fengchan, guns appeared. At that time, we used short spears which had a short range. Recently, long spears appeared, which have a longer range than short spears. We used these long spears to kill a few chickens. How to shoot and how to load the bullets was naturally taught to Zhu Zan and the others. Holding the spear in his hand, Zhu Zan was not sure how powerful the spear was. Looking at the scattered chickens in the valley, he felt that it was a bit far, more than 300 steps away. If it was arrows, only a few people in the army could pull a strong bow. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao did not intend to continue to move forward, he wondered if this iron pipe could shoot so far away. In order to make you understand, I will arrange someone to show you how to use the spear. Guards come, there is an enemy in front, shoot at will. Zhang Xiaobao took off the spear on his back and pushed in a bullet. He ordered the people behind him who had already been ready. 200 people were ready to shoot at the same time. After the order was given, the sound of gunshots echoed in the valley. Listening to the continuous sounds, it was even denser than the sound of firecrackers. When Zhu Zan and Emojilian's ears were buzzing, they saw the chickens in the valley being killed one by one. The distance of 300 steps seemed to be unable to stop Yama's soul summoning order at all. It's too chaotic, this accuracy. After Emojilian was scared, he suddenly felt that the accuracy of the weapon in his hand should not be as good as the bow and arrow. Listening to the sounds, it was already past the time to light 1,000 firecrackers, and there were still more than half of the chickens left. He thought that there was no need to be afraid. Zhu Zan also had the same idea, and the two of them could be considered to be of the same mind. However, just as the idea came into his mind, he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan take action. The guns they used seemed to be a little different from the others. There was an extra box under the guns. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were aiming at the chickens that were suddenly attacked and flew halfway up the mountain, Zhu Zan and Emojilian picked up the binoculars lent to them and watched carefully. With a bang, a chicken that had just flapped its wings and flew 2 feet into the air fell down. Then, the gunshots of the two men rang out one after another. After every gunshot, a chicken would fall down. Because the two people were aiming at different places from the others, it was clear that the two people were shooting one after another. Suddenly, a few birds that were frightened by the gunshots flew over randomly, wanting to pass through the opposite valley and find a safe place. Unfortunately, before they could fly far, with a bang, a bird disappeared, followed by a few more gunshots. There were a total of 6 birds, and none of them were lucky enough to escape. Emojilian couldn't help but look at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan who were shooting beside him. He saw that the two people's guns moved slightly and fired almost at the same time. Emojilian quickly looked over with the binoculars and saw that the 2 flying chickens' heads exploded at the same time, continuing to fly and smashing into the withered grass. Emojilian's hands trembled. He didn't have time to wipe the sweat on his forehead, but the clothes on his back were already wet and stuck to his body uncomfortably. They were too accurate. They shot one chicken head after another, not to mention humans. If everyone had the same accuracy as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, 300 steps was the line of death. Beside them, Zhu Zan, who had been living on the plateau without any problems, suddenly felt that he had altitude sickness. His breathing was rapid and his head was dizzy, as if he would lose consciousness in the next moment. The gunshots gradually stopped. Now less than 100 of the 1,000 chickens were alive and kicking, and they were all on this side of the valley. It was probably because it was not easy to attack, which allowed them to escape. Just when they thought that they had found the flaw of Tang's new weapon, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan reloaded and pulled the triggers at the chickens that had just escaped. When the barley moved slightly, there would be a gunshot, and then the moving area would become quiet. When a chicken poked its head out from a certain place, it would also be killed with a gunshot. No matter what the remaining chickens did, as long as they appeared in the field of vision, they were destined to not be able to escape. Only when the cowardly chicken hid in a certain place and didn't show its head again did the hunt come to an end. I'm getting old. I haven't practiced for a long time. There were many opportunities to kill 2 with 1 shot, but I actually missed it. Zhang Xiaobao said to Zhu Zan and Emojilian, who had not fired a single shot. Emojilian and Zhu Zan were numb with fear. They knew that it was an invitation to hunt, but it was actually a threat. They wanted to let them know that if Tang really wanted to attack the Turks and Tibetans, these two places would not be able to resist at all. With a team of 1,000 people, and with the accuracy of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, even if the Turks and Tibetans worked together, they would not be able to defeat them. Zuzan and Mojilian, why don't you two try? Zhang Xiaobao did not even use honorifics when addressing the leaders of the two countries. Strength determined everything. Mojilian swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva, but still felt that his throat was dry. He nodded, raised the gun in his hand, found a target and pulled the trigger. After shooting, he picked up the binoculars and found that he did not know where to shoot. When he was about to fire a second shot, he realized that his gun was different from the one used by Zhang Xiaobao and Mojilian. He used that thing called bullets that needed to be reloaded after each shot. But Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could shoot continuously. Thinking about the sharpness of this weapon, and thinking about Zhang Xiaobao and Mojilian's abilities, Mojilian really wanted to reload a bullet and shoot at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's heads. After Mojilian and Zhu Zan fired a few shots with inexplicable thoughts, they had different expressions. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao asked his people to put away the guns and smiled at Zhu Zan and Mojilian. Tomorrow, there will be officials from the Ministry of Rights coming to the capital to discuss with your people about the etiquette when entering the capital. His Majesty heard that you two could come, and was very happy. He is preparing to reward you too. Zhu Zan and Mojilian's originally ugly expressions became worse. No wonder they wanted to hunt today. They wanted to confirm their identities. It seemed that Li Longji did not intend to be on the same level as them. Chapter 821. After accompanying the two leaders of Tubo and Tujue for a hunting game, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's reception work was considered done. The imperial court sent officials and guards from the Ministry of Rights. Zuzanchide and Mojilian also sent people to contact them. After eating a big meal between the clouds and the water, they got on the carriage and headed towards the capital. Xiaobei accompanied them all the way to the border between Sanshui County and Huayuan County. He opened his arms and watched the team leave. He looked at the sky and saw that the sky was high and the clouds were light. He seemed to have a melancholy feeling and murmured, let's go, let's go. Don't always be in a hurry. And there is no banquet that lasts forever. When one group leaves, I hope there will be another. Xiao Yuan also looked at him. He didn't know that Xiao Bei's melancholy was not because of parting, but because with Zizanchide entering the capital, there was no need for Xiao Bei here. Xiao Bei went from the Minister of Foreign Affairs to a member of the CPPCC. He was obviously not used to it. He thought that Xiao Bei didn't want to be separated from Princess Jincheng. So he advised, life is like the floating clouds, there is no route. Wherever the wind blows, the clouds will fly there. But no matter what, the sky has left traces of the clouds and the sound of the wind. Look at it lightly. Perhaps parting is the beginning of reunion. That is not sentimental. Just like a red maple leaf, it is ripe. Don't talk nonsense in front of me. It's annoying. If I leave like this, I will start playing with a bunch of kids again. No one will listen to me anymore. I have decided that I will find my own happiness. I will immediately hold a meeting to discuss the recent work and censor matters. You organize it. Xiao Bei really thought it through. He wanted to make full use of the team's advantages and start a new chapter. Xiao Yuan was obviously still worried about the wind and clouds and didn't understand Xiao Bei's meaning. Seeing Xiao Bei staring at him, he just needed to express his opinion. I agree with Xiao Bei's suggestion. Should the censors meeting continue to target the people who eat more? The role of the tripping rope should be played more. Are you stupid? What do you mean by eating more? This is the internal affairs of the great Tang. And we shouldn't keep looking into the distance. There are also problems that need to be solved around us. Sitting in the position of imperial censor, we have to play a corresponding role and think of a way to get on the road earlier. Sanshui County won't be able to find fault with us. Xiao Bei's mental fortitude was not bad. He quickly found a way to leave the CPPCC and prepared to enter the Discipline Inspection Commission. His authority would eventually return. Xiao Yuan, who was slower to react, was stunned for a moment. It was not easy for him to understand the leader's intention. His eyes lit up, and he excitedly pulled Xiaobei. Who do you want to impeach? Do you have a target? You have to find the target yourself. Stupid, it's time for the meeting. You're in charge of informing the others. Xiaobei clasped his hands behind his back, turned around, and slowly moved away like a cloud in the sky. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't have the slightest attachment to Zhu Zan. The two of them didn't want to waste any more energy on such a boring reception. At this time, the two of them were still on the mountain. Zhang Xiaobao broke off a branch from somewhere and put it in his mouth and chewed hard, trying to bite out the fiber of the branch that was not wet in the first place. Wang Wan, on the other hand, had a gloomy face, looking at the 200 members of the protection team who had participated in the hunting operation. The 200 people clearly felt a kind of oppression before the storm. 200 people, 1,000 chickens, used more than 6,000 bullets, and nearly 200 of them were shot down by Zhang Xiaobao and me. Before coming here, I wrote a letter to ask you to practice hard, and this is what you've done. You used the best guns, and I asked you to choose the most suitable gun for you. Do you know the consequences of killing an opponent with 7 bullets? Wang Wan's face was about to drip water. She questioned the 200 people, who were feeling very satisfied just a moment ago. Little girl, in the past training, it was always 200 steps. This time, it suddenly became 300 steps. It's a little far, so. A person in the team stood up and explained to Wang Wan in a low voice. Just as he said this, Wang Wan suddenly took off the gun on her back and raised her hand to knock down a mountain civet that was watching the show more than 400 steps away. Is 300 steps very far? Your guns are specially made, and the effective range is 420 to 450 meters. I trained you as snipers to shoot moving targets, but you actually need 7 bullets to kill an enemy. 7 bullets, 7 bullets. Do you know the consequences of fighting against a real enemy? Wang Wan was even angrier when she thought of this number. She had always wanted to train the best snipers, but these 200 people were really disappointing. With this kind of accuracy, if it were her and Zhang Xiaobao, they would have been killed long ago. Which real sniper would leave 7 bullets for the opponent to adjust? Will the enemy be released? The person who came out to explain whispered. Yes, this is not your fault. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao spoke. He waved his hand to dismiss the team, spat out the stick that was bitten into fiber in his mouth, and came to Wang Wan's side and said, shooting also requires talent. If everyone can become a sniper, the sniper selection will not be so strict. Find more people and slowly choose. 300 steps is not considered a sniper. Ordinary people should have practiced it and strengthened the training. What about Xiaobei? I saw that she was not in a good mood when she left. Wang Wan did not continue to force them. Suddenly, she remembered Xiaobei, who accompanied Princess Jincheng when she left. At this moment, a messenger hurriedly ran up from the foot of the mountain to deliver the news. Young master, young lady Xiaobei asked me to inform the two of you that they have left for Huayuan. They said that they will leave 2 days early and will wait for the two of you there. Chapter 822. Happy birthday to little Qianspot Bamboo. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not worried that something would happen to Xiaobei and the others. Once they returned to the capital of Tang, they would be safe. They could send a few officials to keep an eye on them. Even if they ran to Yaozhou, it would not be a problem. The two of them were now thinking about how to make Tubo and Tujue surrender during the sword meet on Mount Hua, so that Li Longji could find a new target when he was ready to enjoy a peaceful life. Just as they were planning, Kutuyu came in person with a group of generals in the north of Hebei province. It seemed that he could not hold back anymore. He had no soldiers and no one to use when he returned. His position was in danger. However, he suddenly became much more well-behaved. He was no longer the same person he was when he threatened Li Longji. With a respectful attitude, he asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Provincial Governor Zhang, Adjunct Officer Wang, when can we return to our homeland? The generals behind him also had the same thought. They had also received news from their homeland that the population was almost gone by Tang. They did not know how much land would be deserted in the spring next year. In addition, the heads of the commanderies took the initiative to pay rent today. It was obvious that they would never be able to regain their original position. Everything sounded unbelievable. If possible, they wanted to force Zhang Xiaobao and Zhang Xiaobao to return the people. It was these two people who were looked down upon when they first arrived at Jili State that facilitated all of this. It was simply unbelievable to say it out loud. Zhang Xiaobao was no longer worried that Kutiyu would rebel. According to the history that Wang Wan told, Kutiyu defected to Tujue in the end, which made Li Longji unable to do anything. But he and Wang Wan came. Times had changed. Tujue no longer had the ability to compete with Tang. After hearing Kutiyu's words and looking at the expressions of the generals, Zhang Xiaobao showed a warm smile and said to Kutiyu kindly, "General Kutiyu, haven't you returned to your homeland? Is the great Tang not your homeland? Yesterday, someone from the capital came and said that His Majesty wants all the generals to stay in the capital for the new year." Wang Wan chimed in, "That's right. His Majesty's decree has repeatedly emphasized that we should keep all of you here. The soldiers who have returned early will also be properly settled. They have been dispersed into the military camps around Jiangxi province, so that the soldiers can have a peaceful new year. You can ask for more details." But Tiyukai didn't believe that Li Longji would consider this problem. Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were just spouting nonsense again. But since the two of them said it, Li Longji would definitely admit it. Seeing that he couldn't go back, he rolled his eyes and compromised. "Since that's the case, I'll stay in the capital and watch the new year. After watching the hunt yesterday, my heart itches. I wonder if I can take out a few thousand spears to show my disappointing soldiers." The eyes of the other generals also lit up, and they made this request. This, to be honest, it takes a lot of effort to make a spear. So far, only 300 have been made. There are another 100 in the capital. If you want them, it's really difficult. How about this? Each of the generals can take 5 spears to study. After the workshop makes more, we'll definitely satisfy all of your requests. Zhang Xiaobao showed an awkward expression and tactfully refused the lion's offer. But Tuyu's eyes were fixed on Zhang Xiaobao when he was talking, wanting to see if Zhang Xiaobao was telling the truth. Naturally, he was very disappointed. Zhang Xiaobao's expression was very sincere. After thinking about it, he felt that if he took the spear apart, he should be able to know if it was difficult to make a spear. But Tuyu finally nodded and agreed. After sending everyone away, Wang Wan looked at the time and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "The letters have been sent to Cherries, Pomegranate, and other people in the inner courtyard. They'll probably be back in Sanshui County in a few days. They've all become old ladies. This time, the wedding must be grand. Yes, they've all grown up. We've also grown up. We don't want to continue being their happiness. How many people want to get married before the new year? Previously, there were 31 couples. I guess people further away will be willing to participate after hearing about it. This heart can finally settle down." Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan and found that the two of them had unknowingly grown up. The wedding of Song Jinggong and others couldn't continue to be delayed. Taking advantage of the time, they should hold it together. It could be considered as a show of affection. Wang Wan nodded and said, "Do you think Kutiyu will be convinced?" "No, if it were me, I wouldn't either. I have to carefully hide my ambition, and then find a way to develop it bit by bit. For example, I have to endure hardships and wait for courage. But so what? He only has an army of 10,000, and many of them have been corrupted and roped in by us. Even if Song Mo Commandery allows him to go back, he won't be able to make any waves. There are many people of the Tang Empire there. After all, he's an outsider and can't rope in people of the Tang Empire. I reckon that he's only interested in the long spear. Even if we give him the blueprint, he won't be able to use it. After a few years, he'll find a craftsman to research it. By then, our weapons will have been replaced. Besides, I don't plan on giving him this opportunity." Zhang Xiaobao gulped down a mouthful of water to moisten his throat. Speaking of the poor Kutuyu, He thought of the expressions of the Tubo and Turks at the sword meet of Mount Hua. A few days passed quickly. Cherries and others who were willing to participate in the mass wedding rushed to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang's place in Zhuangzi. Just as Zhang Xiaobao said, those who knew the news later also had to participate. There were a total of 47 couples. To be more auspicious, the farmers in Zhuangzi also put together a couple, making it a total of 48 couples. The lively wedding lasted for 2 days. The newlyweds finally completed a major event in their lives with the blessings of the crowd. In the entire Sanshui County, all the local people who could come came. They wrapped banknotes in red paper and gave them to the newlyweds as wedding money. The amount was not big, but the people who Song Jinggong came in contact with gave more expensive gifts. Song Jinggong did not keep it for himself, but equally distributed it to the 48 newlyweds, making everyone a small fortune. Some people did not come back to participate in the lively wedding. After hearing about it, they sent people back to send their blessings. These people were Xiaobei and the others from the children's regiment. They had been looking for something to do for the past few days. They had left traces in Huayuan County, Sanyuan County, and Fuping County, but they did not find any problems. They investigated openly and secretly. The local people's evaluation of the government was only one word: good. When Xiaobei found He Yiwei, who was an official here, and asked if there were any officials who were corrupt, bribed, or did not do anything, he received a very regretful answer. No, not a single one. As long as the officials here did anything wrong, they would be exposed immediately. They could not hide it even if they wanted to. Today, He Yiwei was no longer just a military supervisor and a farmer in Yao province. He had been promoted to the position of provincial governor. Learning from his time in Baoxin province, he had set up a financial disclosure system. Every coin was spent clearly, and the officials in the province could not interfere. I don't believe that there is no official who needs to be dealt with. Continue looking. Xiaobei was very dissatisfied with the results of the past few days. He looked at the 100 children's regiment guards behind him. All of them looked listless. He was determined to find an official to deal with. Xiaoyuan was also listless. He was afraid of the cold. The arrival of winter made him feel very uncomfortable. He wore thick and heavy clothes. Seeing that Xiaobei was still in high spirits, he gave an idea in order to rest early. Then don't look in Yaozhou. If you can't find in Yaozhou, go elsewhere. Yes, go elsewhere. Xiaoyuan, I found that you are still a little useful. Keep it up. When you grow up, my heart might soften, and I might really marry you. Xiaobei praised Xiaoyuan. Then, he reorganized the team and headed in the direction of Tangzhou. After passing Yaozhou and entering Tangzhou, the first place they arrived at was Xiaogong County. Xiaobei and the others, who were used to the prosperity of Yaozhou, found that they seemed to have entered another world when they came to Xiaogong. The county seat of Xiaogong County was so dilapidated that there were almost no city walls. Not to mention, there were countless people coming and going in Yaozhou. The two places were like heaven and earth. Xiaobei's intuition told him that he could find the opportunity he was looking for in this county. Spread out and act. Pay attention to keeping in touch. Disguise yourselves and inquire about information. Xiaobei gave the order. Xiaohai didn't care about other things at all. When he heard his sister say that it was time to act, he took his people to find an inn to stay and continued to study his math problems. Xiaozhu asked someone to bring her a drawing board and began to look for a place to draw. Now, she wanted to draw as much of the beautiful scenery as possible everywhere she went. It was the kind of realistic kind that could be kept as a memento. Xiaoyuan originally wanted to leave to do his own things, but was stopped by Xiaobei. You have to accompany me to explore. From now on, you are my brother and I am your sister. Do you understand? Cousin. I'm your brother, your cousin. I wonder where you're going to start from. Xiaoyuan dispelled the idea of looking for ancient books to read here, and was ready to accompany Xiaobei. Anyway, it was just a game, and he didn't expect to encounter anything. Danan, Xiaonan, and the others also found their own things to do. A few people from the children's group stayed, and Xiaobei's exploration team was formed. When children visit, They naturally look for children. If we look for adults, they won't pay attention to us. Change your clothes and come with me. Xiaobei was determined to be a detective for once. She changed into ordinary clothes for herself and the 6 children behind her, hid her valuables, and began this operation. To find the children, Xiaobei decided to go to the school to take a look. There should be a lot of children there. When the time came, she would ask if there were any corrupt officials there. It would be easier for her to make a move. Xiao Yuan couldn't care less about his tiredness. He decided that even if there were no corrupt officials, he would find a way to create some trouble for Xiaobei to enjoy, so that they could go back earlier. The people who were equally tired were the people sent by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to protect Xiaobei. They had been following behind the children's group to prevent them from discovering them. They also had to ensure that they could deal with any danger in time. Seeing that Xiaobei was done with her disguise, this group of people knew that they had something to do. After stopping an adult, Xiaobei sweetly asked for the location of the school. After thanking him, she led her team to the school. The school of Xiaogong County was located in the northeast corner of the county. The place was not small. When they arrived outside the school, Xiaobei first looked around the school. There was a very large yard surrounded by a fence made of branches. Through the gaps, one could see the layout inside. The first thing that came into view was the playground. There was a large lawn used for football. There was also a horizontal bar and a parallel bar. It looked good. It should be class time at this time. There were not many people on the playground, only about 40 children. They were playing games with an adult. It was a physical education class. A gust of north wind blew. Xiao Yuan shivered, rubbed his hands and said to Xiaobei, "Looking at the school, I know that the officials in this county are not bad. Why don't we take a break first and send people out to inquire? Why didn't I notice that the school is good? Is it better than the schools in Sanshui County? What's the big deal about having a playground? Maybe the officials here will embezzle the food prepared for the children. When they are done with class, we can sneak in and take a look. I have the foresight, don't I?" Xiaobei did not plan to give up like this. When he said to Xiao Yuan, he deliberately touched his clothes. They were wearing ordinary clothes, the uniform of school children. Nowadays, clothes were worthless. Ever since silk was no longer used as a currency, its price had dropped again and again. If it were not for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who collected a lot of silk and transported it to other places to exchange for other things, no one would be willing to continue growing silk plants. Xiao Yuan was frozen for a while. Finally, the bell signaling the end of class rang. A group of children ran out shouting and playing all kinds of games on the playground. Xiaobei walked in through the small door of the school. No one stopped them. The clothes they wore showed their identity. After looking around for a while, Xiaobei walked over to a few girls who were squatting by the side of the field. Seeing that the girls were drawing circles with sticks, he joined in. The girls had never seen Xiaobei before, so they weren't surprised. They thought that he was from another class. Xiaobei pondered and nudged the girl beside him. He asked, "Today's food is not bad, right?" "It's not bad for me." The girl who was nudged nodded. "Okay, it's delicious. You can't eat it at home. Then what do you like to eat?" Xiaobei asked skillfully. "A cake with sesame seeds on it. It's soft, sweet and brown." The girl licked her sweet lips, as if she was still reminiscing about the taste. Me too." Xiaobei looked very regretful. He thought that the school would embezzle the students' food. He did not expect that the food they gave was not bad. It was actually a cake. It seemed that the county officials had no problem. He asked unwillingly, "Then what do you like to eat for breakfast?" "Today we ate meat buns and soy milk. The milk was cut off yesterday, so we could only use soy milk to make up for it. The person in charge said that there will be milk again tomorrow. There are also salted vegetables. The shrimp oil on them tastes good." The girl did not have any defensive thoughts. She answered Xiaobei's question. Xiaobei felt regretful again. Soy milk was indeed not as good as milk, but this could not be a conviction. There was no such thing as no milk. Other than a few good places, there were indeed situations where the milk was cut off. He could not force it. The meat buns indicated that the school's food was not bad. After thinking for a while, Xiaobei asked again, "Who are the bad guys here? I can't remember the officials." The girl shook her head this time. Just as Xiaobei was feeling regretful, she suddenly thought of something and said, I'm not sure here. My village's cripple Wang is a bad guy. He pulled all the cows in the village to his house. I heard that he wanted to secretly drink milk. He is the village chief, so no one dares to say anything. Xiaobei was delighted. What village is that? Cattle herding village. The county officials often go there. I heard that they are doing bad things together with cripple Wang. The girl had an indignant expression. Cattle herding village. Good name. It's really a good name. Xiaobei felt that he had finally obtained useful information. He stood up happily and walked around a few more times before quietly leaving. Did you get anything? Xiao Yuan, who had also followed him out, asked with concern. Yes, I got a lot. First of all, this school is not good. We can't enter and leave as we wish. What if a child runs out and gets lost? Xiaobei, who had come out in a relaxed manner, voiced his opinion. Xiao Yuan, however, did not agree. Whose child would run out? If there is no one in class, points will be deducted. If points are deducted, there will be less rewards. This does not count. There are other rewards as well. Let's go. Follow me to the cow herding village. Find someone to inquire about the location. Our job is here. Xiaobei no longer cared about the school. He happily pulled Xiao Yuan to meet up with the others. When the wind blew, small snowflakes spun and fell. When they touched the houses and the ground, they immediately melted, adding a trace of coldness and moisture to the air. In the capital, Li Longji, who had finished the court meeting and returned to the courtyard of Xingqing Palace, stood in front of a pile of models. The smile on his face did not disappear. Gao Lisher stood by the side. Seeing that the emperor was in a good mood, he thought of the news that had just been sent back. He said, Your Majesty, this time when the people from Jiangnan East went overseas, they brought back a lot of good things. Do you want the imperial court to form a large fleet to go over? Although it is a little far. Li Longji was indeed happy. Zhu Zan and Mo Jillian had entered the capital and were ready to be summoned at any time. The matter of etiquette had been discussed. The two of them used the etiquette of a subject and kowtowed to him. This was all thanks to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. According to the person who sent back the news, the two of them were scared silly during the hunting activity that day. They were very obedient when discussing etiquette. This was not an easy thing to do. After the sword meet on Mount Hua, Tubo and Turkic would officially become one or several provinces of Great Tang. In addition to the news from Luzhou, the people from Jiangnan East had found a large piece of fertile land. There were many plants and animals that had never been seen before. They were sending them to the capital and would arrive in 2 days. For a time, Luzhou's people were eager to go out to sea. If they went out to sea again, they would bring along experts to search for ores. Perhaps they could find more ores and bring them back. That would solve many of Great Tang's problems. With so many things happening together, it was difficult for him not to be happy. He nodded happily. The imperial court can send people to follow Luzhou's fleet. One of them is to check out the place, and the other is to protect the merchants. I'll leave this matter to you. Understood. Gao Lisher made a note of this and planned to send people there after the new year. He understood the emperor's intention. There was another reason for sending soldiers there. If they really found good ores, they had to keep a close eye on them. They could not allow the merchants to forge weapons in private. After solving this matter, Li Longji asked Gao Lisher, Did Xiao Bao and Cuckoo say when they'll be back? I haven't seen them for a long time. I miss them. I know. Xiao Bao sent a letter saying that after Mo Jillian and the others meet Your Majesty, they will return to Mount Hua and wait there. After the trip to Mount Hua, they will return to the capital. Zhang Zhong will also return to the capital. He will be an official in the capital next year. Gao Lisher also missed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He thought about it from the perspective of family. He also knew that the emperor had solved a huge problem because of what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did. Therefore, he could not help but think that the two of them were too powerful. No matter where they went, they could create a big problem. Did they mention what benefits they want? Li Longji asked again. When he thought about this matter, he felt depressed. It was supposed to be a condition of exchange, But Zhang Xiaobao was not in a hurry to say it. It turned out that he wanted to compensate Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan for their losses in Jili province, and give them a reward for stabilizing the situation there. In the end, the two of them went to Tubo and found the leaders of Tubo and Tujue. At the same time, they completely weakened the power of the commanderies in northern Hebei province. Merits came one after another. It was not easy to reward them. Could it be that when there were no rewards, they could learn from their predecessors and kill the two of them? Obviously, that was not possible. In the past, they did not know that the outside world was so big. There were many places that they had never heard of before. Who knew if they would encounter a more powerful country? When the time came, both sides would discover each other and fight. They hoped that in such a situation, the two of them would continue to contribute. When Li Longji thought of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he had a headache again. Without waiting for Gao Lishir to reply, he said, "Write a letter to them, and tell them that they can't be rewarded with money, but they can be promoted." Gao Lishir nodded again and said, "Your Majesty, Xiaobao wrote a letter to me and mentioned this matter. He said that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan should be exempted from paying tax for 2 years. If they don't pay tax for 2 years, the loss can be made up for." In fact, Gao Lishir did not say anything. In the letter, he not only wrote that the loss could be made up for, but also the gains of this operation. Even if the imperial court did not compensate, there was no loss. In the future, because of this operation, there would be more income. Of course, he could not tell this to the emperor. His godson had to go back and forth, so it was quite tiring. Now that the imperial court's finances were not tight, there was no need to count on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to pay the tax. "Oh," Li Longji agreed, but his eyebrows did not relax. He said to Gao Lishir, "The 2 years of tax exemption is their loss in the north of Hebei province. At the same time, they solved the threats in 3 places. I still have to give them a reward. You can't generalize." Gao Lishir nodded and replied, "Your Majesty, Xiaobao did make a request, but I thought it was too far away, so I didn't mention it. Xiaobao once said that when they do business with other distant places in the future, Your Majesty will allow them to use the flag of Tang Empire." "How far away?" Li Longji was curious. "Very far away, even farther than the place where Buddhism came from. It's really thousands of mountains and rivers." He said that using the flag of Tang Empire can show the power of Tang Empire. Gao Lishir pointed to the west. "Of course, even if I don't agree, they can use the flag to go out. In Tubo, didn't they use my name to say something like the sword meet on Mount Hua? I didn't pursue them otherwise. Even if they had a few heads, it wouldn't be enough to cut off." Li Longji casually brushed aside the matter of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan using his name to invite ancestor Qi De and Zhu Zan, so that when the two of them returned, there wouldn't be anyone who couldn't stand to confront and impeach them. What if the two of them got angry and became lazy in the future? While the relevant personnel of Tang Empire were happy, some people were more distressed. Suddenly, they got in touch with the people of Song Mo's commander-in-chief's mansion. News kept coming back and forth, but the more they knew, the sadder they felt. Song Mo's commander-in-chief's mansion had no soldiers available, and all of them had been transferred away. 4 or 5 out of 10 people had also left. Those who had some skills had gone to find their own happiness. Li Xiaogu couldn't grasp the situation in the commander-in-chief's mansion at all. He had to listen to Li Sun for everything, who asked Li Sun to take 10,000 elite soldiers to force him. Oh, not force but peacekeeping. If he wasn't careful, it would be easy to take down the entire commander-in-chief's mansion. In fact, it was almost done. The news sent said that the remaining people who hadn't left didn't stay voluntarily. The Tang Empire needed time to settle them down. After settling them down, they would go to the commander-in-chief's mansion to pick people. The people were waiting. His reputation had been deliberately forgotten by the people during this period of time, and he couldn't go back to the past. As he thought of this, he suddenly sighed. His bleak figure left behind an erratic trail on the ground under the hazy sunlight. He closed his eyes and wanted to forget the unhappy things, but he couldn't do it. He waved his hand at the person who set up the target in front of him. After that person left, he raised the gun in his hand. After aiming for a few breaths, he pulled the trigger. With a bang, he waited for the person on the other side to report the result. 3 points. The voice came from 100 steps away. It's really not easy to use. Kuyu muttered. He pulled out the cartridge, pushed in another bullet, and aimed again. General, take a rest. You've already fired 60 bullets. When you wake up tomorrow morning, your arm will hurt. Kuyu's aide beside him advised him in a low voice. After firing this round, have you asked someone to open it and check it? Can it be made? Kuyu continued to aim until he felt that it was enough. Then he fired the bullet in the gun. He put down the gun, rubbed his numb arm, and asked the aide. The aide took the gun and answered, yes, and I also asked. They said that the gun can be made, but the thing called spring inside is not easy to make. It's troublesome to smelt it, and we don't know how to make bullets. We opened it. There should be something similar to firecrackers in it, but it's more powerful. As for the white stack, as long as it's touched by a little force, it will burn. We don't know how to make it. If we can solve these 2 problems, we can produce a lot of guns ourselves. Solve? I want to solve it too. If it was in the past, I would have asked Li Longji for a marriage alliance, and the craftsman I brought with me should be able to make it. But now Great Tang is not allowing any good technology to be leaked. I don't think I can find someone who can make guns, and Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan won't tell me. I heard that it was the 2 of them who suggested to Li Longji to keep the technology a secret. It's going to be tough. The days in the Commander-in-Chief's manor are going to be tough. Kuyu didn't have any confidence. Great Tang's weapons were getting more and more powerful. And there was also the clairvoyance that could see very far. If Li Longji wanted to use force on someone, the other party wouldn't be able to retaliate. It was no longer like before. When he was in a bad mood, he would throw a tantrum with Great Tang, and even directly send out troops. Li Longji would comfort him. Now if he dared to do that, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would flatten the Commander-in-Chief's manor, without Li Longji doing anything. The advisor was also very helpless. Seeing that Kuyu was in a bad mood, he hesitated for a moment, and said what was on his mind. General, now that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan want to use a soft knife to stab people, when the people in the Commander-in-Chief's manor leave, where will we find a foothold? We have to think of a complete solution. What solution? What solution can there be? That day on the ship, when Zhang Xiaobao looked for me, he made it very clear. This is called an open conspiracy. Even if I know the consequences, I can't change it. As long as I make a move, the first one to suffer will be me. The sooner I make a move, the greater the loss I will suffer. Ah, how frustrating. I can't do anything to be threatened by a little brat. Let's wait and see. Let's see what will happen on Mount Hua. It will be best if we can force the Tubo and Turkic people into a corner. As long as they send out troops, we will still have a chance. But when he spoke, he seemed to be very agitated. After he finished speaking, he felt a little better. He glanced at the gun again and shook his head. Step by step, he moved back to his room and lay down on the couch. He seemed to be asleep, but was not asleep. Xiaobei walked for a long time and finally came out of the mountains. He saw the legendary cattle-herding village in front of him. He gasped for breath for a while and said with a grin, "When I asked that person for directions, what did he say?" He said not far. I understand now. He meant to fly. If we fly in a straight line, it won't be far. If we walk, we will have to walk back and forth. It's going to be dark soon. We can't go back today. Xiao Yuan was also tired and did not have any strength. At the same time, he was not cold. After walking for so long, his body was drenched in sweat. He drank 2 mouthfuls of water and said worriedly, "Why don't we enter the village tomorrow? What if there are bad people in the village who want to harm us at night? Don't be afraid. We have weapons. When the time comes, we can find a courtyard and reserve it. No one is allowed to enter. Let's not talk about investigating that cripple Wang. I don't believe that they will deal with a group of foreign children. Let's go." If we stay in the mountains for a night in such cold weather, we will probably freeze to death. If we encounter a beast, we will encounter a beast. Xiao Bei thought for a while and rejected Xiao Yuan's suggestion. He led the group into the village. Looking at the nearby village, they walked for another half an hour before arriving. There were already people in the village looking curiously at Xiao Bei and his group. Usually, there would not be so many children coming together. They were wondering about the identity of Xiao Bei and his group. "Uncle, are there any good courtyards in the village? We can stay here for a night. We will pay. We will leave tomorrow." Xiao Bei saw a person standing at the entrance of the village and walked forward to ask. When the person standing at the entrance of the village saw Xiao Bei, he was attracted by Xiao Bei's cute appearance. It seemed that any normal person would like Xiao Bei's appearance. He nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, yes. Which family's child sneaked out? Come with me. Even if there is no place, I will make one for you. You haven't eaten yet, right? It just so happens that everyone in the village is cooking. I will ask them to cook more later. Eat first and then have a good rest." After this person finished speaking, he did not directly ask about the identity of Xiao Bei and his group. He was probably waiting for Xiao Bei to have a good rest before asking. He turned around and led the way, but when he walked he was limping. When Xiao Bei and his group saw the way this person walked, they looked at each other and were shocked at the same time. They wondered if this person was that cripple Wang Muramesa. What if he wanted to harm them? They were here to investigate him. "Don't be afraid. He doesn't know that we are here to investigate him," Xiao Bei whispered to the person beside him. He gave himself courage and followed the person in front of him into the village. They originally thought that this was a very poor village, but when they entered, they found that the life in this village was not bad. They could hear the barking of dogs and the sound of poultry. When they passed by a family, they saw 2 pigs that had somehow escaped from their pens and were being chased around in the courtyard by the family. The person scolded the pigs as he chased them. When he saw Xiao Bei and a large group of children, he stopped what he was doing and looked at them curiously. In order to get help at the critical moment, Xiao Bei gave this person a sweet smile. They continued to follow the person in front of them. After walking for more than 100 steps, they finally saw a large courtyard in front of them. It was empty, and the chimney on the house was not smoking. It seemed that no one lived there. "Don't be afraid. This is not a haunted house. The original family has moved out and moved to the school in the county to cook for the children. I am the village chief of this village. In a while, I will ask someone to come and clean this place. Aya, there are so many children, and you can't squeeze in. I will also ask some of the families in the village to cook some good dishes for you. Oh, my surname is Wang." The person leading the way introduced them, and then smiled at Xiao Bei and the others. The more he looked at them, the more he liked them. The more Xiao Bei listened, the more scared he became. It was indeed this person. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He smiled at Wang Murazhang and said, "Uncle Wang, thank you. We're going up the mountain to play. After we eat, we will pay. I think that the adults will come later. We ran a little faster, hee. You don't have to pay. The life in the village is not bad. Since there is a way to raise animals, it is not as difficult as before. Wait for me to call for people." Wang Murazhang's eyes narrowed even more. He looked at the sky and began to shout at the top of his voice. Sure enough, many people came out of the village. After hearing Wang Murazhang's introduction, they looked at Xiao Bei and the group of cute children. Each family led a few children, and soon Xiao Bei and the others were led away. Xiao Bei and the others chose the person who looked the most like a good person to follow, hoping that he could help at a critical moment. Just as the group of children was assigned to their families, 12 adults came to the village. These 12 people directly found Wang Murazhang, revealed their identities, and found a place to stay in the village. Only then did Wang Murazhang know which family the cutest child was from. He praised her again and again. No wonder she was so sensible. She turned out to be a little girl from the Zhang family in Sanshui County. That was right. He hurriedly went door to door and told them to cook better food. Don't be stingy, in case the children of rich families were not used to the food. After the meal, Xiao Bei and the others took a bath in a large wooden bucket in each of their rooms. After a tiring day, they no longer had the mood to think about the interrogation. They ran to their beds early in the morning and covered their heads with the clean bedding that other people had given them. Then they fell asleep. Early the next morning, when Xiao Bei and the others woke up, they realized that they did not arrange for anyone to keep watch last night. They were scared. After breakfast, Xiao Bei and the group of children gathered again in the courtyard where no one lived. They began to discuss how to investigate the case. I think we should beat around the bush and find a seemingly honest family to ask about Cripple Wang. But even if we ask, we can't immediately arrest him. It's best to send someone with good skills to Cripple Wang's house to see what exactly he is doing with the cow. Xiao Yuan yawned, rubbed his face with his hands, and proposed his idea. Okay, then we'll do it together. A few people will go to Cripple Wang's house to take a look. Be careful, don't get bitten by the dog. Safety first. I'll go and scout for information. We'll split into 2 groups and act. Xiao Bei was very excited. The children's regiment was finally going to show its prowess. This was a big deal. According to the plan, they would split into 2 groups. The rest of the people would wait in the courtyard. Xiao Bei would bring 2 people to the house where she stayed last night. She felt that the house was not bad. The other group would be made up of 5 people with the best skills. Usually, when they were together, these 5 people would climb trees to fish and fish in the water. They were all experts and could be considered the most elite members of the children's regiment. When it came to the critical moment of using an army for a moment, Xiao Bei and the others felt that they should send out the elites to do it and let Cripple Wang experience it. Aunt Wang, I'm here. Xiao Bei led the 2 people to the place where they ate and rested last night and said to Aunt Wang, who was squatting in the courtyard and eating pig food. Ayo, it's Xiao Bei. It's cold outside. Coming quickly. Are you leaving today? Aunt Wang seemed very happy. She rubbed her hands on her body and beckoned Xiao Bei into the house. Xiao Bei shook her head sensibly. Aunt Wang, you go ahead with your work. I'll just watch. I won't go in. It's not cold outside. I'm wearing a lot. Aunt Wang responded and continued to work. Xiao Bei looked at Aunt Wang and thought for a while. She said, Aunt Wang, can this food be fed to cows? No, it's only for pigs. Cows can't eat such miscellaneous things. Before winter, we already prepared food for cows. Aunt Wang smiled and shook her head. Oh, you prepared food for cows? That's good. Aunt Wang, where's the cow? I haven't seen it. Xiao Bei followed the topic and asked. The cow is at the village chief's house. Don't worry. If you want to see the cow, I'll take you to the village chief's house. Aunt Wang didn't expect Xiao Bei to be trying to trick her. Xiao Bei nodded obediently. Okay, thank you, Aunt Wang. Aunt, if the cow is at the village chief's house, won't it lose weight? Won't it die? Won't the milk it produces be drunk? How can it lose weight? The village chief is an expert at raising cows, so it won't die. If it's not sick, it won't die easily. Milk can only be obtained after it raises the cubs. Without cubs, there won't be any milk. Wait, I'll prepare it now. I'll take you to see it. Aunt Wang's hands moved faster. She smiled and explained to Xiao Bei. Chapter 823. With endless doubts and melancholy in their hearts, more than 100 children came to the village head's house. They saw the big courtyard behind the village head's house, and the cows living happily in the courtyard. The mistake brought by the information made the little guys fall into an extremely low self-confidence. The 5 elite members who had climbed into the courtyard with great difficulty were so scared by the dogs that they didn't dare to move. They stood there with pursed lips, waiting for the punishment that was about to come. We ran so far for nothing, and we actually made a mistake. If I had known, I would have stayed in Sanshui County and wasted so much effort to come here. I'm as tired as a calf. It's not worth it at all. After Xiao Yuan lost her excitement, she suddenly found that the weather was getting colder. She hugged her arms tightly and muttered in a low voice. Little Hai was still as calm as before. Xiao Zhu very naturally took down the drawing board she was carrying on her back and began to look for inspiration among the herd of cows. The pair of twins, Big Man and Little Man, tacitly placed a flower in the corner that had not withered for some reason in the winter. Zhang Chang, Zhang Gang, and Zhang Fang began to talk in a low voice, comparing the difference between the mountain and cattle-herding village and the mountain in their home. Xiao Bei, the initiator of the incident, felt a great deal of pressure. She felt that she had to bear all the responsibility for the carelessness of the plan and the failure of the operation. Do I have to pay for the expenses as well? Xiao Bei looked at Wang Xuanjing's warm smile and the harmonious scene when the cows huddled together. She always felt that 100 guards were looking at her from the corner of her eyes. Wang Xuanjing already knew why Xiao Bei and the others had come here, so he was not angry at all. He looked at the group of children with eyes full of kindness and began to introduce the experience of raising cows to Xiao Bei and the others, combining the methods of the Zhang family and the local environment. In only 3 years, the village had more than 20 calves, and none of the older ones had died unexpectedly. When rearing cows in winter, they had to pay attention to fatten up and nourish their bodies. They also had to pay attention to which aspects to keep the cowshed warm before the beginning of spring. He spoke in detail, and in his words, he always inadvertently praised the technical support provided by the Zhang family and the Wang family to the cattle industry in the village. Xiao Bei blinked and listened attentively, as if he wanted to minimize the consequences of a wrong plan. At noon, more than 100 children ate chicken stewed with mushrooms and a few large pancakes in the village. When the sun was high in the afternoon, they bid farewell to the villagers who warmly treated them farewell. Ignoring the villagers' refusal, they left the money for their food and embarked on their return journey. Let's stop what we're doing and make a conclusion. After returning to the town, they booked a large courtyard in an inn. Xiao Bei had been cooped up in the house for more than 2 hours. When he came out, he began to worry about the members of the children's troop. He wanted to hold a summary meeting. Although the mission had failed, the bodyguards still had to listen to Xiao Bei's orders. Xiao Yuan was afraid that Xiao Bei would not be able to recover from this setback after receiving such a blow, so he stood guard beside Xiao Bei's room for more than 2 hours. When he saw that Xiao Bei's complexion was still quite good when he came out, he moved closer and comforted him softly. Xiao Bei, don't be afraid. Our brother and sister said that failure is the mother of success. When have I, Xiao Bei, ever been afraid? Xiao Yuan, this thinking of yours is wrong. It's wrong. How did we fail? Everyone come over and talk. Let's talk about the results of our investigation in the cattle herding village regarding the implementation of cattle herding techniques. I will first make a statement. I think that the Zhang family and Wang family did a good job in the dissemination of technology. At the very least, a remote place like the cattle herding village accepted our theory. Furthermore, according to the local environment and local conditions, they came up with a reasonable method of cattle herding in winter. It's worth promoting, but we can't be too rash. We have to let people from other places understand the importance of different environments. This time, the members of the children's troop were very successful. The members of Xiaohai's troop provided effective help to the group in terms of calculations. The members of Xiaozhu's troop recorded the detailed information that needed to be expressed using graphics along the way. The members of Xiao Yuan's troop cited classics and classics to let us feel the elegance of various places in the Great Tang. There were also the members of Xiao Chang's troop, who gave timely and reasonable suggestions during the mission, and used facts to prove the correctness of their suggestions. Of course, there were also the 100 guards from the Zhang family and Wang family. During the mission, they were able to achieve a unified command and advance in sync, displaying the grace of our children's troop and protecting our image. This is worthy of praise. I believe that under the guidance of our unity, the future of the children's troop will be beautiful and positive. It will carry forward the past and open up a path for the future. Alright, now everyone can speak freely. Don't be afraid of burdens. Be brave enough to discover problems and solve them. After Xiao Bei said this, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't hold it in for 2 hours for nothing. After thinking about what his brother and sister would do when they encountered such a situation, he turned a disadvantage into an advantage. After hearing his sister's words, Xiaohai, who didn't care about other things, revealed an expression of disbelief for the first time. The faces of the boys were filled with worship. Xiaozhu's eyes moved back and forth, wanting to remember this precious scene, so that it could be recorded on the drawing paper. Sweeping a glance at the 100 guards who were at a loss, Xiao Yuan shook his head vigorously. He stared at Xiao Bei in astonishment and carefully sized him up, as if he wanted to see something from Xiao Bei's face. Ha 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 ha. On the road in Huayuan County, Zhang Xiaobao, who was waiting for his brothers and sisters to return, couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard the words of the people who were sent to protect him. Wang Wan also pursed her lips and narrowed her eyes into peach shapes. Zhang Xiaobao kept laughing. He laughed until he squatted on the ground, one hand covering his stomach and the other slapping his thigh. Haha, Aya, I'm dying of laughter. Our Xiao Bei is really amazing. It must be because you, his sister, have taught him well. He can turn black into white. This is definitely the quality an official should have. Not bad. Don't splash dirty water on an official. No matter how good an official is at spouting nonsense, they can't compare to swindlers like you. It's really hard for Xiao Bei. What are you thinking? It's not easy. Let's go, the team will move forward. I reckon that Xiao Bei and the others will have received the news and should be arriving at Huazhou Prefecture soon. Wang Wan held back her laughter. She pulled Zhang Xiaobao up and instructed the team to move forward. Outside the county town of Huazhou Prefecture, the two teams met up. Xiao Bei found her brother and sister and bragged about her contribution in this investigation. Of course, she also mentioned a few small mistakes and humbly expressed that she would learn more in the future. Zhang Xiaobao praised Xiao Bei and the others for their hardworking spirit and acknowledged the results obtained by the children's regiment. He also encouraged them to continue to work without fear of difficulties in the future. As for the small mistakes in the operation, he also gave them guidance. In the end, he waved his hand and reimbursed all the funds for this activity. He also allocated an additional sum of funds to solve the financial difficulties of the children's regiment. The team continued to move forward. They were not far from Huayuan County. To be precise, they were within the borders of Huayuan County. The news sent from Beijing showed that Li Longji was also on the road. Because there were people from the surrounding countries, the ceremonial guards were all out. The team was relatively large, so it would probably take a few days to reach Huayuan County. Naturally, Li Longji also praised Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in his decree. This was all because Zhu Zan and Emoji Lian had used the courtesy of a subject in the court. There was no need to mention the other places. The people sent by Japan to present the tribute, and the people sent by Silla, also used the courtesy of a subject. As for whether they were convinced or not, it didn't matter. After another 3 days, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who had reached Huayuan County, began to make the final adjustments and arrangements. They wanted to give the people from the surrounding countries an unforgettable impression. They had to look at all the key places. Xiao Bei, who had re-established her position in the regiment, became more mature in theory after a few days of learning by her brother's side. She led more than 100 people to continue carrying out her orders. A heavy snow fell. The team coming out of Beijing had to slow down. Looking at the snowflakes floating outside, Li Longji was clearly in a good mood. He took a sip of the tea in his cup and tasted it carefully. He said to Gao Lisher, who was waiting beside him, "It's another good year. There won't be a drought here next year. How are the preparations on Xiaobao's side?" "Your Majesty, the letter says that everything is ready. We're just waiting to scare the people from the surrounding countries. There's also a letter from home. It says about Xiao Bei and the others. Your Majesty, do you want to take a look?" Gao Lisher couldn't help but laugh when he thought about what Xiaobao said in the letter. Chapter 824. Seeing that it was snowing heavily, in order to give Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan more time to prepare, Li Longji chose to take the waterway after traveling for a while. He wanted to let the people who followed him know what it meant to break the ice. A series of muffled explosions resounded on both sides of the canal. The ship with a thick iron plate at the bow crushed the ice along the way. When the sound of ice shattering reached the ears of the people following Li Longji, the expressions of those who were prepared to see a joke finally changed. Coming out of the cabin, Zhu Zan picked up the clairvoyant I lent to him and listened to the explosions in front of the canal. Looking at the big ship rushing all the way across the ice, it would be a lie to say that he was not shocked. The martial arts of the Tang Empire are so powerful. I wonder what will happen on Mount Hua this time. Sigh. Zhu Zan pressed the hat on his head and felt that the wind was a little weaker. He looked at the people who were watching the explosion on both sides of the canal and the iron cable suspension bridge across the canal and sighed. Princess Jincheng, whose complexion had obviously improved, stood beside Zhu Zan and looked around softly. When she heard Zhu Zan's words, she raised her eyebrows slightly and said softly to him, "Zan Pu, why don't we go back to Tubo and learn from the situation on the Yellow River here? We can build a few iron cable bridges there to make it convenient for people to travel." "I also want to do that," Zhu Zan replied to Princess Jincheng. Princess Jincheng did not say anything more. She understood what Zhu Zan meant. In terms of iron smelting technology, Tubo was not as good as the Tang Empire. Even if they wanted to build an iron cable suspension bridge, there was no suitable iron ring to use. Moreover, it was not easy to find stones to make the pillars of the bridge. Large pieces of copper and iron were not enough to make them. Iron for weapons was even more scarce. As for cement, the Zhang and Wang families did not sell it to outsiders. The cement used in the Tang Empire, even if they paid for it, had to be watched by the people sent by the Zhang family and Wang family before they could build it. Who knew how many people who wanted to get the cement hated the Zhang family and Wang family? A burst of children's laughter attracted Princess Jincheng's attention. She raised her thousandly eyes and saw a group of children flying kites on the southern bank of the canal. It was supposed to be a spring kite, but in the winter, it still made people happy. Taking a closer look, the kite was not made of paper, but pink silk cloth. A large bird that looked like a phoenix was flying in the wind, its long tail swaying gently, adding a touch of gorgeous color to the snowy scenery. A child wearing gorgeous clothes, under the protection of a servant, happily released and retracted the string of a kite. A group of children wearing ordinary clothes surrounded him, clapping their hands, jumping and laughing. After a while, the child, who was obviously from a rich family, stuffed the wire board he was holding into the hands of an ordinary child next to him. Then, he pulled the hand of another ordinary child and laughed together. Don't hate poverty with riches and honor. Children play with kites. The white snow is not cold yet, and the colorful phoenixes fly and warm the world. Princess Jincheng looked, and a gratified smile appeared on her face as she murmured in admiration. When Zizhenqi heard Princess Jincheng's words and saw the children playing on the bank, his face became more and more ugly. He understood that the reason why the children of the rich could play together with the children of ordinary families was not because the children understood unity, but because of the teachings of the adults. The more united the people of the Tang Empire were, and the more harmonious their lives were, the harsher it was for the Tubo people. The children of the Tubo people who had a bit of status would not play with the children of ordinary people. The conflict was intensifying bit by bit, especially when the news of the Tang Empire kept spreading. Many slaves, even if they did not say it out loud, behind their backs, they were discussing when Wang Wan would be able to lead troops to conquer the Tubo people and change their status. This was not a good sign. Otherwise, when war broke out, the people would not have the heart to defend themselves, and the soldiers would not have the will to fight to the death. Who could stop the Tang Empire's cavalry? Who would be willing to use their flesh and blood to fight against the spears of the Tang Empire? Zizhenqi secretly sighed and turned his head to look at Princess Jincheng, whose complexion was obviously better than when she was in the Tubo people. He forced a smile and said to her, "Nunu, have you been playing well at home these few days? Have you seen Wu Huifei and Empress Wang? This time, we will stay for a few more days in the Tang Empire. We have to see them often. The wind outside is strong, so let's go back to the cabin to avoid the wind." Princess Jincheng followed Zizhenqi into the cabin and served him tea. Then she said to him, "Zizhenpu, Empress Wang and Zhang Wang have a close relationship. Wu Huifei has a lot of complaints, but Empress Wang is in charge of the harem, so there is no big deal. If Princess Jincheng had a choice, she would not be willing to help Zizhenqi inquire about this kind of news. However, she had no choice. She could not stay in the Tang Empire forever. She still had to return to the Tubo people. For her, the Tang Empire was better. It was more comfortable to breathe there than in the Tubo people. Although the Tubo people had a clear sky, there were some places where you could not boil an egg. You could only fry it and eat it. The food was much more monotonous. How could it compare to the food in the palace these few days? Zizhenqi also knew that the food in the Tang Empire was delicious, but he did not pay attention to it at all. When he heard Princess Jincheng's words, his eyes lit up. He lowered his voice and asked, "Can we let people impeach Empress Wang and Zhang Wang families for conspiring? You understand?" "No." Princess Jincheng Weiwei shook her head. His Majesty has long known the relationship between Empress Wang and Zhang Wang families. Not only Empress Wang, but other people in the imperial family also have connections with Zhang Wang and Zhang Wang families. It is said that all the memorials to impeach Zhang and Wang families are held by His Majesty and not sent to the Hall of Secretaries. Whenever someone in the imperial court talks about it, other officials will change the topic. "Oh, Zhang Wang and Zhang Wang families are so favored by the emperor?" Zizhenqi really did not know about the situation inside the imperial court. Did Wu Huifei mention how to deal with Zhang Wang and Zhang Wang families? Princess Jincheng shook her head again. "No, I even asked Zizhen about countermeasures. I heard that Wu Huifei has already made a move against Zhang Wang and Zhang Wang families. Every time, it ended in failure. Now she is just complaining. Perhaps she has other thoughts, but she has not shown them. Then there is no other way." Zizhenqi muttered unwillingly. "Kill Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan," Princess Jincheng said. If I could kill the two of them, I would have done it long ago. Let's talk about this later." "Yes, let's talk about it later." Zizhenqi temporarily dismissed the idea of directly dealing with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. As the boat continued to move forward, Zizhenqi had other thoughts. He instructed Princess Jincheng, "During this period of time, ask more about the Tang Empire, especially the things that we Tubo spies are unable to come into contact with. For example, how is cement made? Why can the clairvoyants see so far away? How are long guns and short guns made? The stability of Tubo depends on these." "Zizhenpu, don't worry. I will ask around." Princess Jincheng agreed very quickly. As for what she was thinking in her heart, Zizhenqi did not know. The group was still slowly moving towards Huayin County. The journey that originally took 3 days was delayed to around 10 days. In Li Longji's opinion, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan should be ready. After all, the two of them were very capable. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were busy at the foot of Baiyun Peak, Xiaobei and a group of people ran to Huayin County's Yamen. The matter of receiving Li Longji's group was from Huazhou Prefecture. The officials of Huayin County were only responsible for following orders and were not very busy. When Xiaobei brought a group of guards to the door, the current county magistrate of Huayin County, Fang Shiri, personally came out to welcome them. He was afraid that something would happen and he would be caught. All the officials near the capital knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family had 9 children. They also knew the extent of the 9 children's power. They could not be targeted by them when the emperor was coming. Fang Yang, who was carefully receiving the guests, thought that nothing would happen. Who knew that as soon as they entered the Yamen, Xiaobei looked around and found a problem. "County Magistrate Fang, why don't I see a place specially used to receive the common people? When the common people come, do you want them to wait outside? It's fine in the summer. When it's hot, they can find a cool place to hide. Can they also find a warm place in the winter? Where is the reception fee given by the imperial court every year?" Xiaobei did not find a place for the common people to rest and eat. She reached out and pulled Fang Yang's sleeve. She looked up and asked. She blinked her cute big eyes, which made Fang Yang feel depressed. No matter how cute Xiaobei was, she became a demon in Fang Yang's eyes. She touched a sore spot. Was there a need to ask? If the annual share was really used on the common people, wouldn't the yamen lose income? Who didn't need money when they went out to do things? Do you really think that you don't need to worry like the Zhang family? Although he was thinking about it, he couldn't say it out loud. Fang Yang tried to force a smile and replied to Xiaobei, Lord Zhang, you may not know, but there are many people in Huayin County who dislike work. They don't work and only want to live a peaceful life. The yamen has set up a special reception area for them, so they come to the yamen to eat and drink. That's why the yamen removed the reception area. Dislike work? What do you mean? Xiaobei turned to look at Xiaoyuan. They like to live a peaceful life, but don't want to work. They only take and don't give. Xiaoyuan answered. I see. So it's right to not set up a reception place. Xiaobei still looked up at Fang Yang. Fang Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Lord Zhang is right. Then why isn't there such a person in Sanshui County? County Magistrate Fang is an official. Isn't he educating the people to do good and do good things? Instead, he's just a bystander who doesn't do anything. This is called not doing anything. Xiaoyuan, write a memorial and wait for Her Majesty to come. Xiaobei's words scared Fang Yang so much that his heart almost jumped out of his mouth. He looked at the other 8 children's expressions and didn't know what to do. If they really wrote a memorial, he was finished. Who didn't know Her Majesty's attitude towards the 9 children? Not to mention that the yamen wasn't that clean. Even if it was done well, wouldn't it be able to find a problem if they wanted to investigate? Fang Yang didn't know what to do. The registrar accompanying him was even more scared. There were some problems with his accounts. Although there weren't many discrepancies, once it was found out, it would be a serious crime. At the very least, he would be dismissed. After hearing Xiaobei's suggestion and looking at the 9 children, he felt that no matter how he looked at them, they were very detestable. Why were they so troublesome? Did they not understand the difficulties of the local government? Thinking was thinking, but he still had to say, Lord Zhang, it's not easy to run a county. Just listen to Lord Zhang, and immediately set up a room to receive the people. There's no need to write a memorial, right? Xiaoyuan frowned. If the higher-ups investigate, the subordinates will work. If the order is issued early, it will be abolished. Are you guys going against us? Seeing that we're young, we'll just deal with it. How do I know if you guys will continue to remove the place after we leave? Seal the accounts, let Brother Xiaohai investigate. The registrar didn't expect a group of children to be so difficult to answer correctly. He wanted to bribe them, but then he thought of the business between the Zhang family and Wang family. He wanted to threaten them, but then he thought of the military power of the Zhang family and Wang family. He couldn't advance or retreat. Seeing that they wanted to seal the accounts, his face darkened. The imperial censor can't seal the accounts directly. He can only impeach them. Don't tell me you guys want to overstep your authority? Fine, then we won't seal it. We'll just impeach them directly. Let's wait and see. Xiaobei, why are we still going inside? What if they want to kill us? Let's go and find brother and sister. Xiaoyuan pulled Xiaobei with a cold face and turned to walk outside. Xiaobei was stunned for a moment before she reacted and nodded. That's right. If they don't allow us to seal the accounts, there must be a problem. Impeach them with all your might. I want to see Uncle Emperor personally and talk to him face to face. This is too unreasonable. Fang Yang was dumbfounded and glared at the registrar. The registrar's head buzzed and his vision turned black. He paused for a few breaths before he recovered. He knew that if he really let Xiaobei and the others leave, he would be finished. He stepped forward excitedly and opened his arms to block Xiaobei and the others. Let's talk nicely. Don't be in a hurry. Let's go inside and talk. Oh no, they want to do something to us. Children's regiment, go and take them down. Xiaobei was worried about how to deal with this matter properly and didn't have a chance. Seeing that someone dared to stop her, she had an excuse. She shouted loudly and looked scared. As soon as Xiaobei shouted, 10 of the most stable children in the children's regiment took out their pistols and aimed at the group of people in the yamen. The people in the yamen all stopped moving. They knew what the other party was holding. Although the yamen had applied for it, the imperial court didn't give it to them. However, they knew the power of this thing very well. It wouldn't be good if it hit them. Do you think I'm not prepared? I just applied for it from brother and sister. It's just in time. I'll kill whoever dares to touch it. Xiaobei clapped her hands and walked out excitedly. She had a smug look on her face, indicating that she had foresight. The 10 children holding the pistols were more nervous. They had practiced shooting before, but this was the first time they were facing people. They held the pistols tightly with both hands, so that they could bear the recoil when they fired. It wasn't easy to be able to practice shooting. When Zhang Xiaobao said to let the children practice shooting, Wang Wan was worried that the children couldn't bear the recoil. It was Zhang Xiaobao who said, "Children in war-torn places shoot with AKs and rocket launchers. What can our children do with pistols? They weren't allowed to carry guns usually." It was Xiaobei who applied for it after she came back from the cattle-herding village. Only 10 pistols were given to the most stable children. The people in the yamen restrained them. The other children took out handcuffs and prepared to handcuff them one by one. At this moment, the county magistrate of Huayin County was a little far away. He was moving closer to the wall. "You stop. What do you mean? Why are you running? Do you have a guilty conscience?" Xiaobei, who was proud of herself, suddenly realized the situation. She pointed at the county magistrate and shouted. The county magistrate and other officials turned their heads at the same time and looked at the county magistrate in surprise. They were puzzled. "No, I'm not running. I'm going to get the rope." "Yes, get the rope." The county magistrate was still moving as he spoke. "Haha, catch him quickly. If he dares to run, shoot him. I didn't expect that. It's just a small crime of being greedy. Even if we investigate, we won't be able to trace it back to him. He's just going to be exiled. But he's actually afraid of being caught. What does this mean?" Yes, what does this mean? Everyone was thinking in their hearts. It means that what he has committed is a capital crime. "Go fuck this guy," Xiaobei answered himself, and commanded the children's group to rush forward. The county magistrate stopped for a while. Just when everyone thought that he was going to be caught, he suddenly started running towards the inside. Bang! A child with a gun in his hand pulled the trigger. The county magistrate's leg was wounded, and he fell to the ground with a plop. He was pressed down by a group of children and handcuffed. They lifted the county magistrate's clothes to cover his head and dragged him to Xiaobei. "Let's go and find my brother and sister. County Magistrate Fang, let's not pursue the other matters in the yamen for now. Come with me." Xiaobei had made a greater contribution and did not care about the small matter in Huayin County. Yes, yes. "We'll go now. Guards, help Lord Zhang to detain the county magistrate." "Thank you so much, Lord Zhang. Thank you so much." Fang Yang was grateful to the county magistrate who was caught. He quickly agreed and asked the yamen runners to detain the county magistrate, whose leg was still bleeding. He followed Xiaobei and the others to the foot of Mount Hua. When Li Longji arrived at the foot of Mount Hua, the first thing he did was to catch the person sent by the Blackwater Commandery. The Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's mansion was further north than the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's mansion. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's sphere of influence did not reach there. Although they had already acknowledged them and were willing to pay the tax, they had all kinds of excuses to set the tax amount very small. More importantly, there were many mountains and forests, and the road was very steep. The county magistrate who was caught by Xiaobei in Huayin County was sent by the Blackwater Commandery. He had been undercover for a long time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan tested almost all the interrogation methods they knew on him. Only then did they manage to get him to talk. At the beginning, all kinds of physical methods did not work at all. He did not say anything even when he was covered with bruises. In the end, they had to interrogate him tirelessly and use anesthetics and alcohol to solve the problem. Therefore, they began to search the mountain and sent out hunting dogs. They found the people who were hiding and a large number of fireworks buried in various strategic places. Everyone knew that the fireworks were not used to welcome Li Longji. After capturing them, he sent an imperial edict to Li Sun, who was still at the Soma Commander-in-Chief Manor, ordering him to mobilize 20,000 elite troops in Jili Prefecture, plus 10,000 of his own troops, and to gather 50,000 porters to attack the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief Manor. The 20 gunboats guarding the Bohai Sea Commander-in-Chief manor also took advantage of the fact that the Bohai Sea Bay was not frozen to sail up the coast, intending to storm the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief manor. The people from the surrounding countries who had accompanied Li Longji all understood that Li Longji had dispatched such a large force. One reason was that he truly wanted to flatten the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's manor, and the other was that he wanted to show off the might of the great Tang to them. "Hello, Uncle Emperor." After Li Longji landed at the foot of Mount Hua, Xiao Bei and the others came looking for him. They didn't care if there were people from other countries present. They didn't call him Your Majesty, nor did they mention their status as subjects. They just smiled and approached Li Longji to greet him. Perhaps because he was in a good mood, Li Longji found Xiao Bei more adorable. He picked her up and put her on the dragon chair beside him. He touched her head and said, Good. Xiao Bei, you made a great contribution again. Tell me, what reward do you want?" Hum. Xiao Bei smiled shyly. No matter how he looked at her, he felt that she was a cute little girl. If the county magistrate Fang Yang saw this, he would definitely think that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Was this still the Lord Zhang, who turned hostile at once in the Yamen? Was this still the ruthless girl who would shoot whenever she wanted? Zhu Zanqi sighed silently in his heart. He finally knew the position of the Zhang family and the Wang family in Li Longji's heart. It was more difficult than climbing to the sky to drive a wedge between them. They had a good rest for 2 days. The long-awaited sword competition on Mount Hua began. Although it was called sword competition, except for the Tang Empire, no one had a sword in their hands. They could only watch or talk about it. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan chose Baiyun Peak to show the military strength of the Tang Empire, so they were going to take this path. The snow-covered mountain looked lofty and dreamy. If they did not know that Li Longji was showing the strength of the country, people from other countries would like to experience the beauty of nature in such a scenery. Suddenly, he left his position and ran to Zhu Zanqi. He whispered to him, "Zanpu, do you know what they are going to do?" Zhu Zanqi shook his head and said, "Who knows? Just watch. Do you want to climb the mountain at this time? Where did the path come from? Let's go." 1st Engineering Battalion go. When many people were guessing how to climb the mountain, the Commander-in-Chief Wang Wan pulled out the saber at her waist and waved it forward. The order was passed down. Immediately, drums and gongs sounded and military flags flew. "Ha!" The 1,000 soldiers of the 1st Reinforced Battalion shouted in unison and rushed out from the right side of the team. Since ancient times, there had been a path on Mount Hua. At this time, the path was even more difficult. There were mountains in front of them and cliffs in the distance. Not to mention climbing to the top. Just the path in front of them made people feel weak in the knees. While everyone was guessing what the 1,000 soldiers were going to do, the people of the 1st Engineering Battalion had already reached a small cliff. They did not take the path that the herb gatherers usually took. The first row of 50 people did not stop when they reached the cliff. They stretched their hands back, and the people in the other rows each held a long bamboo pole and pushed it up. The people in front of them grabbed it and shouted, "Ha ha!" They used the same chant and used the bamboo pole to push the people in front of them up the cliff. The people below understood that this was a tactic used when attacking a city. However, the length of the bamboo pole was obviously not enough to push people to the top of the cliff. What was the use of climbing a certain distance? While everyone was puzzled, the 50 people who were pushed to the top of the cliff grabbed the bamboo pole with one hand and pulled the backpack on their back in front of them with the other hand. No one knew what they took out from the backpack. With a gun-like sound, 50 ropes were pulled down from the top. The people at the bottom immediately climbed up the rope at lightning speed. It was unknown how long they had practiced. Looking at the height of 6 zhang, they climbed up in a few steps. The last person at the bottom handed the bamboo pole up and also began to climb. As soon as the bamboo pole went up, the people below raised their clairvoyance one after another, only to see that the person who had just landed stepped on several ropes that were fastened to the cliff wall so quickly. Another bamboo pole lifted the person who had gone up first up another 6 zhang. The same gun-like sound was heard. More ropes were pulled down, and the people below started climbing again. As they were climbing, a rock suddenly loosened, and the people on top fell down. Amidst the shocked cries of the people watching, they were pulled back by the ropes again. Without any intention of stopping, they started climbing again. When they reached a place where the rock protruded and could no longer hold the bamboo pole, the person at the top only had a rope around his waist and started climbing with his bare hands. His four limbs moved quickly, but it was very rhythmic. If one looked closely, they would notice that under normal circumstances, the four limbs of a bare-handed climber would always be supported by 3 points and moved by 1 point. They would only change under special circumstances. From time to time, the rock that someone grabbed would loosen before they were done. The person who climbed up would fall down again and be pulled back by the rope. They would climb up again and again. Sometimes, they even used one arm and a few fingers to hold on to the rock. The people below were shocked to see this. They were even more shocked at the climbing speed. In just a short while, the people from the 1st Engineering Battalion had climbed to a distance of 30 feet. But at this time, there was a very big protruding rock in the middle. If they wanted to go around it, they would bump into the position of others. They could not directly move horizontally, so there would definitely be a missing piece. Just when many people thought that the Tang soldiers would give up on this route, a person rushed out from the crowd and shouted, "Let me do it." Then this person pulled a person from the 2nd Battalion, who was preparing to run with him. As he ran, he took off the person's backpack and changed his belt. When this person ran to the bottom of the cliff, he did not immediately climb along the rope. Instead, he used the momentum of running and used both his hands and feet to jump up more than 30 feet. Hua! The people below were in an uproar. How did he fly up? It was as if his body was weightless. In just a few steps, he had reached a height of more than 30 feet. Then, he hung the rope on the ring around his waist and used a speed that was several times faster than the people from the 1st Battalion to climb up. This person's hands and feet seemed to only need to touch a small gap in the rock. He did not need to do too much. His whole body was like a monkey jumping up with a whoosh. Zhang Xiaobao, he is Zhang Xiaobao. After the people below were shocked, they finally recognized who this person was. They turned around to look. As expected, Zhang Xiaobao, who had been accompanying Wang Wan, was gone. Didn't they say that Zhang Xiaobao was only good at economics and calculation? When did he become capable of such things? Kutuyu, who was standing beside Zhu Zan of Qi, opened his eyes wide and shouted in disbelief. Not only him, but those who did not know Zhang Xiaobao also thought so. Wow, Big Brother is so awesome. Xiao Bei had never seen her brother do such a thing in front of her. At this moment, she opened her mouth in surprise and cheered, waving her little fists with all her strength. Only Wang Wan pursed her lips and smiled, whispering to herself, "This is the international swindler that made countless special police officers helpless. Flying over roofs and vaulting walls. Who knows how many self-proclaimed elites have their faces wiped off. And it seems that he is even more awesome than before. If the family has no money, Big Brother can support us by being a cat burglar," Xiao Bei said with certainty. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao did not have the leisure to care about what other people thought. He did not allow a blank area to appear on the cliff. In the shortest time possible, he came to the protruding rock, paused for a moment, and looked up at the lines under the rock. Then, under the exclamations of the people below, he suddenly jumped up and did a forward flip. Halfway through the movement, he took out an item from his backpack. His feet suddenly stretched out, and he stepped on the cliff in front of him. His body flew out parallel to the bottom of the protruding rock. Just as his head was above the protruding rock, he stretched his hands forward, and the object in his hands just happened to hit the protruding rock. With a sound, his body fell down. Just as he fell for a distance of 3 meters, his arms wrapped around the rope that was just nailed to the rock. Then he swung forward, and his feet once again stepped on the spot where he just stepped. His body flew away from the cliff, but the rope in his hands did not loosen. Using this time's strength, he stretched his legs, exerted strength in his waist, and drew an arc. Under the pull of the rope, He hit the outermost protruding rock. He grabbed with one hand, and his legs did a horizontal split. His hand buckled forward, and his hand loosened and pulled again. When he stopped, his whole body was already standing on the rock. With a sound, a rope was pulled down for the people below to use. The people below were stunned. Gao Lisher stood up from the chair and began to look at his adopted son again. Chapter 825. There wasn't a single ray of sunlight shining on Zhang Xiaobao's body. It was just that the wind was a little stronger, because he was standing at a high altitude. Even so, the people at the foot of the mountain still had to re-evaluate Zhang Xiaobao's position. Even the smiling Wang Wan made people have other guesses. The people who followed MOG felt that Zhang Xiaobao was climbing very fast, but they couldn't understand why 1,000 people were climbing the mountain. They asked in confusion, "Master, can they threaten us by climbing the mountain?" They can't. The threat is to Tubo and the northern part of Hebei province, especially the northern part of Hebei province. With this speed, when the two sides meet in the valley, the Tang Empire won't be in a hurry to set up the formation. Instead, they will climb the mountain. When the others rush over, they will be greeted with a rain of arrows, no, a rain of bullets. MOG estimated the time and explained to the people around him. When he looked at Zuzan of Qida on the left, there was some pity in his eyes. Zuzan of Qida was silent. He was still thinking about what was the thing that nailed the rope to the cliff after the clapping sound. 2nd Engineering Battalion go. Wang Wan didn't have time to introduce the tool to others. Seeing that the fastest climber was close to the top of the mountain, she waved the sword in her hand and changed the sound of the drum. The 1,000 soldiers of the 2nd Battalion shouted and rushed up the road made by the 1st Battalion. With the rope, their climbing speed was much faster than the 1st Battalion. Every time they climbed a certain distance, they would start to throw the rope horizontally and let the people next to them catch it. At the key points, they would use the clapping thing to fix it again. 3rd Battalion go. Wang Wan's order continued to change. The people of the 3rd Battalion rushed up, but didn't climb. They just waited at the bottom. Wang Wan came to Li Longji's dragon carriage and said, "Your Majesty, please go up the mountain." "Yes, Lisher." Li Longji happily responded and began to instruct Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher naturally knew what to do. He passed down the orders one by one, and the troops slowly moved towards the cliff. When they arrived at the bottom of the cliff, the people from the 3rd Engineering Battalion threw out grappling hooks and hooked onto all the carriages, pulling them up with all their might. As everyone's bodies gradually left the ground, many of those who couldn't figure out how to go up the mountain finally understood. They were actually going to hang themselves. They were a little worried, but also a little expectant. They had never played like this before. How did Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan come up with this idea? If I had known earlier, I would have brought the house. Xiaobei was not afraid at all. He poked his head out with all his might. The whole way up, except for the brave ones, the rest of the people felt like they had just survived a disaster. It was really too exciting. Li Longji casually glanced at everyone's faces. Wei Wei curled her lips and whispered to Gao Lisher, "It seems that there are still many cowards." "Your Majesty is right. This is just the beginning. When the other arrangements are shown later, I think they will be scared to death." Gao Lisher's eyes looked around. He wanted to ask Zhang Xiaobao how to climb as if he was flying. It looked very easy. It was not difficult at all. After the people from the surrounding areas came up, they looked at where Li Longji was and waited. They wondered what kind of sword competition it would be. Would it be like the 3 Kingdoms, where they discussed the heroes while drinking wine? At this time, Gao Lisher stood up and asked loudly, "Envoys, do you still remember the edgeless sword that was sent along with the invitation to the sword competition on Mount Hua? But please take it out." Everyone thought to themselves, "Isn't this nonsense? Does it not have a sword?" They all ordered the people who were guarding the sword to take it out and take it off their hands to show it to the emperor. Gao Lisher nodded with satisfaction and said, "The emperor once said that a sword has 2 edges. If you want to hurt others, You have to care about yourself. Remember, on the trip to Mount Hua, you can speak with your heart. Where is the edge? After that, Gao Lisher stopped talking. Everyone looked at the sword in their hands, and then looked at where Li Longji was. They did not understand for a while. They also did not know what was going to happen on the trip to Mount Hua. Just as they were speculating, Wang Wan took over the command of the army again. Send the signal, call the Air Force. At the order, colorful fireworks exploded in the sky one after another. The gorgeous and dazzling scene made the people who were waiting feel a little relieved. Fortunately, there was not much snow on Mount Hua. Otherwise, they would have been buried by the snow. Among them, Zhu Zan felt the most. After all, he was in a place with many snowy mountains. Then the people from the surrounding countries began to wonder. Air Force, what is the Air Force? What is the use of it? While everyone was wondering, and Li Longji was looking forward to it, countless black spots appeared in the distant sky and approached Mount Hua. When Zhu Zan saw so many black spots, the first thing that came to his mind was the Tang Empire's eagle formation. He could not help but tremble. Although the incident had passed, he could not forget the countless eagles flying on the front line of Jinchuan. They provided the Tang Empire's army with information at any time and suppressed the eagles on his side. In particular, there was an eagle called Shui Yun. It was almost psychic and could cooperate well with people. It understood the human language and could send messages from thousands of miles away. What was even more infuriating was that Shui Yun did not have the slightest bit of pride as an eagle. Other eagles were more courageous in battle. No matter who the opponent was, they would not admit defeat even if they were to die in battle. Shui Yun retreated when there was danger and took advantage of the situation. It was very strange that an eagle could do this. Many people also thought that it was an eagle flying over. As the black spots gradually approached, they could see them with their clairvoyance. Only then did they realize that it was not an eagle at all. There were two kinds of flying objects. One was a big ball with a big basket hanging below it. They did not know what it was used for. The other was frightening. The spectators all opened their mouths in disbelief. Those flying objects were actually people. They had special wings on their backs, and the people were below. They did not know how to control the wings, but they were flying back and forth in the sky. Red fireworks rose into the sky. Everyone watched as the winged people adjusted their positions and arranged themselves into a horizontal snake formation. Fireworks rose again, and the snake formation was pulled apart. One row became 2 rows, 2 rows became 4 rows, and 4 rows became 8 rows. Only then did the formation stop. The formation was distinct, rising and falling like the wind on the water's surface, or the overlapping of fish scales. This was the fish scale formation. The first feeling that the crowd felt from such a formation change was that they were stunned. However, before they could fully comprehend the first feeling, the second feeling came. That was fear. Even those who did not understand military affairs could tell that the person below the wings was a soldier when they saw the Tang uniform. Soldiers were naturally used to fight. How could one fight an enemy flying in the sky? How fast would a horse be able to avoid the pursuit of a flying man? How high was the city wall to prevent the enemy from entering the city? Moji felt bitter. Just now, when the Tang people were climbing the cliff, he was gloating. Now it was his turn. Could a horse galloping on the grassland outrun a flying person? Not to mention shooting arrows from above. Even if someone threw a torch at his camp, he would not be able to withstand it. Where did the Tang get so many wings? Everyone's expression changed. Those from the Tang who had never seen such a scene blushed and felt an inexplicable sense of pride. Those flying in the sky were the Tang army. Who in the world could defeat them? Some of the people in the surroundings were livid, while others were pale. Why was this happening? When did the Tang army have a flying army? Li Longji squinted his eyes and kept looking at the expressions of the others. He was very happy in his heart. Who asked you to make trouble? Why did you have to invade the border and force Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's family? Humph, there will be more in a while. But suddenly, he stroked the sword that had not been sharpened and suddenly understood. He muttered, "So that's how it is. Your Majesty is asking us whether we should sharpen the sword of the Tang Empire." Should our sword have no edges or double edges? Where does the edge point? When the people around him heard his words, they also understood what was going on. Great Tang's Lilongji was trying to show off. Wang Wan also deliberately asked Xiaobei loudly, "Do you think the sword of the Tang Empire should be sharpened?" Xiaobei shook his head and also replied loudly, "No. Didn't brother say in the story that a heavy sword without an edge? This is called subduing the enemy without fighting." Hearing Wang Wan and Xiaobei's questions and answers, the mountaintop became even quieter. Only the sound of the wind could be heard. Without giving them too much time to be silent, the winged people in the sky had already flown over their heads. They changed their movements from time to time, and the balls with baskets below also approached. When all the balls were floating above their heads, one of them landed first. Everyone looked at it carefully and saw that there was a fire on it. Wasn't this similar to the Kongming lantern? The emperor has ordered that all officials change. Gao Lishur called out and first put a backpack on Lilongji. Mo Jilian and the others did not know what it was for. Soon the backpack was arranged. Lilongji, under Gao Lishur's help, stepped onto the first Kongming lantern that landed first. 2 other people accompanied him. The rest of them were also put on backpacks, each of them accompanied by a Tang soldier to protect them. Their hearts trembled as they entered the baskets, their hands tightly gripping the rims of the baskets, as if this could save their lives in the face of danger. When all the large Kongming lanterns had people on them, they lined up in 3 lines and flew towards the north. Zhu Zan and Princess Jinsheng were together. They nervously and curiously looked down. They saw clouds and mist and mountains. When they saw that the people on the mountaintop who did not follow them had become small black dots, they sat back down dizzily and sighed. "Oh my God!" Falling down and turning into a meat patty. Crazy, the Tang Empire people are crazy. Princess Jinsheng did not look down at all. She was afraid of heights and looked around. There was a person in the basket who was responsible for turning the handle. Every time the handle was turned, the thing called a propeller made by the Tang Empire people outside the basket would turn many times. There were 2 people in the middle of the basket. One of them had a clairvoyance in his hand and was responsible for looking out. The other person scooped a spoonful of black stuff from the bucket under his feet from time to time. After thinking about it, he recognized that it was tallow water, which could be burned. The large Kongming lanterns were made from tallow water. Next to the burning area, there was a set of hollow iron rings, big and small. Whenever it rose too high, the person in charge of adding oil and water would use one of the rings to lower the height. If one was not enough, 2 rings would be used, adding and subtracting each other. Zhu Zan, who had recovered, also noticed this situation. Thinking about it, it did not seem difficult. If he learned from the Tang Empire, then he would not have to be afraid of the Tang Empire anymore. He was not the only one who had this idea, especially the Japanese. They were very adventurous and considered whether they could fly across the sea with the Kongming lanterns. Kutuyu, who was smart, rejected the idea of going back and making Kongming lanterns. He sighed and said, "From now on, there will be no kitens. General, we can also do it, but we don't know where to fly. You won't suddenly throw us down while flying, right?" Kutuyu's advisor who was with him said aloud, "Let's talk about it later. Let's fly north. I don't know where to go." Kutuyu was afraid of being overheard, so he did not mention it again. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew where to go. There was a large plain north of the Wei River on the south bank of the Wei River, which was actually the Wei River Plain. That was the last stop. The Kongming lanterns flew and finally came to the sky above the plain. They gradually descended. At this time, the soldier in charge of protecting the people in the surroundings played the role of a tour guide and explained to the people in the basket. His Majesty invited everyone here to let everyone see the reason why we are not afraid of the threat of further enemies when we are together in the future. With my protection, you can stick your head out and take a look. Hearing the soldier's words, everyone suppressed their fear of the sky and forced themselves to look down with their clairvoyance. They saw that there were wooden stakes inserted into the ground below, and 2 pigs were tied to each stake. Some of the pigs were lying on the ground sleeping, while others were trying to break free. After seeing it, they did not immediately understand what it was for. While they were puzzled, the low sound of drums could be heard, and their hearts jumped. Bang! A firework exploded in a place in the east of the plain, attracting everyone's attention. There's nothing. No, there's a flag. Also, there's something beside the flag. There's 1, 2, 3. I think there's more than 100 of them. Nu, can you see them? Zuzan opened his eyes wide. He was afraid that he was seeing things, so he asked Princess Jinsheng. I can see it. Princess Jinsheng replied with certainty. That's good. I don't know what it is. Zuzan was at a loss. At this time, the sound of drums changed again, becoming more urgent. Everyone looked at the place where the flag was inserted, and found that there were suddenly many people running back and forth. At the same time they understood. No wonder they could not see clearly. It turned out that there were so many people, wearing the same color of clothes as the surroundings. They also wore white hats on their heads. While running, the white cloth was lifted one by one, revealing the things underneath. There was a large hole in the middle of the pillar, and there was a box beside it. Some people were moving things out of the box. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, it seemed that everything was ready. The sound of drums changed again, and the continuous sound of hammers suddenly stopped. Li Longji, who was in the basket, stared at the more than 100 things without blinking. He seemed to be too excited. Wei Wei, who was holding the clairvoyant, trembled. She said to Gao Lishur in a floating voice, "From today onwards, there will be a scene of peace around Tang." Your Majesty is wise. Gao Lishur did not have the leisure to say a lot of words to flatter the emperor. When everyone's eyes were focused on the things on the ground, they saw someone holding a flag in his hand. They vaguely heard a shout. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the people below pushed the things they had taken out from the box into the tube with a large hole. Suddenly, a flame flashed on the pipe with a hole, followed by a whoosh sound. Before everyone could understand what was going on, the place where the pig was tied also had a flame flashing, followed by a thick smoke. Boom boom. Whoosh whoosh. 2 kinds of sounds, accompanied by flashes of light and smoke, appeared alternately, shaking people's ears to the point of buzzing. The invincible gunship of Jili State. A person from the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's office shouted, but was covered by the rumbling sound. The cannons were roaring, and the smoke was spreading. No one knew when the sound stopped. The person in the basket still had that silly look on his face. The buzzing sound in his ears seemed to be telling a story from a long time ago. The sound of the pheasants flapping their wings in the mountains of the north, the sound of the waves crashing on the rocks by the sea, the crackling of the firewood in the raging fire on the grassland, and the roar of the rolling tide on the snow mountain, were all far away at this moment. The pride and glory of the past were covered by the thick black smoke. The propeller behind the basket spun like a shepherd's whip. Find a flat place to land. Don't fall down. Maybe there won't be any sound. Wang Wan pulled out the cotton ball in her ear and ordered the person playing the drum. The person playing the drum looked at Wang Wan and also pulled out his ear. Miss, are you talking about going home? Find a place to settle down. Get someone to come and take a look tomorrow. Be careful. Take back the pork that can be eaten and share it. Hit it harder. Wang Wan looked at the craters that had been blasted out and felt distressed. It was all money, much more expensive than setting off firecrackers. Showing off once would cost at least a year's worth of tax in a county. The drumbeat of the drum brought the people who were in their own thoughts back to reality. Using the clairvoyant eye, they looked at the place that was blown up. All the wooden stakes were destroyed. Black soil, brown soil, white snow, red blood, and pigs that were still alive were mixed together. There were also 2 pigs that escaped the disaster running back and forth crazily. Looking at the iron cylinders, there were 6 horses next to each iron cylinder. They were tied with ropes and struggled to pull the carriage with wheels, slowly moving in one direction. Large Kongming lanterns fell one by one on the banks of the Wei River. Small pieces of ice floated on the surface of the river, and a large ship was anchored by the river. Someone brought down bundles of firewood from the ship and lit a bonfire. All kinds of food suitable for barbecue were placed on a row of tables, and jars of wine were still sealed with mud. The whimpering sound of the horse and the bleak sound of the horse head zither came from the ship. After a few verses, a man's song sounded. The rolling Yangtze River flows to the east. The waves wash away the heroes. Right and wrong, success and failure disappear in a blink of an eye. The green hills are still there. How many sunsets are there? Chapter 826. Snow had started to fall from the sky, making the illusionary Mount Hua seem even more ethereal. A bowl of strong wine was splashed on the lamb on the grill. The flames jumped up, showing a hint of blue in the red. Li Longji cut off a piece of lamb and put it in his mouth. He chewed a few times and nodded in satisfaction. He was very satisfied with the meal. On the other hand, the people of the countries and ethnic groups around the Great Tang had different expressions. Some of them had already accepted their fates after witnessing the might of the Great Tang. As they listened to the music from the ship, they relaxed, drinking wine and eating meat. They no longer worried about the future, nor did they have the heart to worry. Their own race truly couldn't withstand another round of bombardment. People like Kutiyu kept glancing at Zhu Zan and Moji Lian, hoping that the Tubo Turks could be more manly and work together to fight against the Great Tang. Moji did not eat the meat. He just drank half a bowl of strong wine from time to time. It was a very good wine. The weather on the grassland changed too quickly. Hot and cold alternated frequently. If everyone could drink the strong wine of the Great Tang, they would not have to worry about the cold at night. Moji, who thought that he could hold his liquor, drank a few bowls of wine. His body warmed up, his ears turned red, and his eyes became a little blurred. He seemed to have returned to his tent in the Turks. There was fire and meat, and there was light singing and dancing. He smacked his lips twice, not in the mood to think about other people's matters. His hand touched the unsharpened sword on his leg as he sat cross-legged. He praised, "Good sword, truly a good sword. The one who obtains this sword obtains the world. The sword has two edges. One edge can lead thousands of armored cavalry, invincible in battle. The other edge can scatter money all over the sky, not worrying about spending. When the sword is retracted, the four seas are at peace. When the sword is unsheathed, snow falls. The grassland is too cold. I wonder if it can warm up. Yes, warm up. Find a mountain to hide from the wind." At first, the people around Moji thought that he was really praising the sword in his hand. They looked at the sword, but could not see what was good about it. Only after hearing the latter part of his sentence did she realize that he wasn't talking about the sword in his hand, nor was he talking about the sword in his hand. Instead, he was talking about the sword in Li Longji's hand. Naturally, he was referring to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were huddled together and whispering something to each other. Zhang Xiaobao's abilities were obvious to all. No matter where he went, he was a hen that laid golden eggs. Countless spies sent to the Great Tang had long ago reported back on the deeds of Zhang Xiaobao. The Great Tang's national treasury was no longer lacking in money. With the existence of the bank, if necessary, one could mobilize 10 million strings of cash at any time. With so much money, he could easily crush someone to death. More importantly, wherever his family went, the lives of the common people would be improved. Many of the officials of the Great Tang weren't stupid, and with his family's methods in front of them, they began to learn. Even if they couldn't compare to his family, they were still much better off than before. When she smiled, her two dimples would appear. At first glance, people would think that she was a lady from a big family. Only those who knew her would understand what kind of existence she was. Although the generals guarding the borders of the Great Tang were always able to win battles and quell rebellions, those were still small battles. Wang Wan only fought one battle, and that one battle was enough to make Tubo suffer greatly. As for quelling rebellions, she had never done so. However, there were signs in Feng province. Some people wanted to cause trouble, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sent some people over. In total, there were less than 500 people. All the signs were extinguished by themselves, and no one dared to provoke her. The main reason was that the generals taught by the war in Tubo had already shown her ability. Those generals were now guarding a region and managed the army like it was made of iron. However, every time someone praised them, they didn't dare to accept the praise and only said that they were far inferior to Cuckoo. The Great Tang only had 2 people, one civil and one military, to suppress the Great Tang's borders until no one dared to act rashly. That's right, this was a real double-edged sword. Don't let it fall on you, otherwise, there would be no return. Everyone had their own thoughts. For a moment, the voices gradually quieted down, leaving only the sound of the wind, the crackling of the firewood, and the sound of stringed-in bamboo. Li Longji didn't persuade others to eat the meat. He ate happily by himself. Just now, someone had passed on Mo Jillian's words, which made him deeply agree. Li Shi, you've worked hard. Li Longji suddenly cut a piece of meat, stabbed it with a knife and sent it to Gao Li-shi. Gao Li-shi was shocked. He looked at the emperor and didn't understand what he meant. Why did he cut a piece of meat for him? Should he eat it or not? Could it be that he wanted to stab him to death? Thinking in his heart, Gao Li-shi opened his mouth. After stuffing the meat into Gao Li-shi's mouth and letting him bite, Li Longji kept the knife and showed a rare warm smile. At that time, if Li Shi hadn't discussed with me and said that the experts of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't be easily moved, I really couldn't help but bring them into the palace. Li Longji said the reason with emotion. Gao Li Shi understood. So that's how it is. It seems that the emperor is a little scared. If he really did it, not to mention the fact that there was no Xiaobao and Cuckoo's combined swords, he was afraid that the experts of the Zhang and Wang families would be forced to leave. No matter where they went, as long as it was not in the Tang Empire. Today's sword competition of Mount Hua didn't exist. Even if there was a sword competition of Mount Hua, no one knew where it would be, but it would definitely not be in the Tang Empire. Thinking about this, Gao Li-shi said modestly, Your Majesty has already made a decision. Otherwise, why would you hang the portraits of Xiaobao and Cuckoo in the palace? Your Majesty, I see that Xiaobao seems to have just roasted a chicken. Why don't? Well, you're right. Go. Li Longji's eyes also looked at Zhang Xiaobao from time to time. When he saw Zhang Xiaobao take out a chicken from under the fire, even if he didn't know why he did that, he guessed that it must taste good. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao, who was hiding and trying to be inconspicuous, didn't expect that Li Longji still had his eyes on him, even if he gave up the opportunity to show off. He took out the beggar's chicken from under the fire, blew off the seal, tore off a wing, and handed it to Wang Wan. Eat more. Hong Qigong liked this. It's been 6 years, right? This cooking wine has been in the cellar for 6 years. The wild chickens in the mountain are thinner, but it smells better than the chickens at home. You only know how to eat. In case Tubo and Tujua don't agree to join the Tang Empire, and war is coming, you don't even have time to prepare. How can you have the leisure to cook a chicken and leave a good lamb untouched? As Wang Wan talked about Zhang Xiaobao, she took the chicken. Looking at the dry mud on the ground, she was stunned. Then she asked Zhang Xiaobao, Did you kill the chickens in Fried Chicken Farm? 6 million of them died in one night. Don't be afraid. They definitely don't dare to fight the Tang Empire. It's winter now, and they'll definitely win. What did you say about Fried Chicken Farm? I don't understand. Zhang Xiaobao looked away as he spoke, not looking at Wang Wan. Wang Wan burst out laughing. Don't deny it. Today, I realized that I have never heard of anyone carving words on the mud when cooking beggar's chicken. Moreover, the words carved were Hong Qigong. According to the information, the Fried Chicken Farm once found dried mud with these 3 words. How do you explain that? Oh, there's such a thing. Damn, it makes me angry. That Zhou guy not only deducted the wages of the workers in the surrounding villages, but also didn't dispose of the chicken feces properly, causing the entire village to smell bad. He even used industrial raw materials to raise chickens. I stole a few to eat, but the more I ate, the more it tasted wrong. Back then, the chase was fierce, and I was in a hurry to run into the mountains. Otherwise, I would have poisoned him to death too. Zhang Xiaobao replied confidently. Then do you know how much tax the local area would have to pay without his chicken farm? How are the villagers who can still get some wages living? I don't know. I only know that the villa of the county magistrate's family is very beautiful. Hurry up and eat. Why are you still talking about the past? I don't like to hear others praising my achievements. How about I choose a village here and open a gutter oil processing plant? It can solve more employment problems. I can't stand people who are greedy and don't do practical things for the people. So, you can be greedy if you do practical things? At least that's what I think. Come follow me. Take the chicken and don't eat it first. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he pulled Wang Wan to a place where there was no one in the distance. Xiaobao, where are you going? Behind them came Gao Lisher's affectionate voice. Father, I'm going to relieve myself with cuckoo. Zhang Xiaobao subconsciously moved the chicken to a place where Gao Lisher couldn't see. What are you talking about? Who's going to relieve themselves with you? Take it out. Wang Wan reached out and poked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Li Longji with disdain. He took out the chicken and said to Gao Lisher, Father, this chicken has been torn apart and eaten. It's okay. When His Majesty eats, he always lets his subordinates taste it first, Gao Lisher said embarrassedly. He took the chicken and rushed back as fast as he could. Bandit, he's just a bearded man. Let's wait. When he's full, we'll dig out the other chicken. Come, let's talk about our future plans. After we take over Tufan and Tujue, we have to use them. Zhang Xiaobao took 2 bites of the chicken claw and sat back down with a face full of regret. He shouldn't have saved his favorite chicken thigh for last. Li Longji quickly swallowed the 2 chicken thighs, raised his head, and said to the people in the oppressive atmosphere, Everyone tell me, how should I sharpen my sword? It's here. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They looked at each other, but no one was willing to speak first. Seeing that no one was speaking, Li Longji shifted his gaze to Zhu Zan. Zhu Zan really hoped that he could become invisible and not be discovered by others. Seeing that Li Longji was forcing him to say something, he lifted the sword in front of him and looked at Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao first. He didn't see the 2 of them looking at him. What he saw was that the 2 of them were talking excitedly for some reason. From time to time, Zhang Xiaobao even pointed to the west. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that he was referring to Tufan. Wang Wan, on the other hand, smiled and waved her little fist, as if she was promising something to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao gave Wang Wan a thumbs up and nodded vigorously. Could it be that they want to make a move on Tufan? Zhu Zan thought to himself. Clang, clang, clang. Just as Zhu Zan was hesitating about how to reply, the sound of the Hu Jia and Ma Tu Qin on the ship stopped and changed to the continuous sound of the pipa string sweeping. It was a very familiar sound. Even without the first few verses, he could still recognize it. The current song was called Ambush on All Sides. Each sound was more urgent than the last. A scene that Zhu Zan didn't want to recall suddenly appeared in his mind. Report. Our army has surrounded the Tang army at the Jinchuan mountain range, waiting for news of victory. Report. The villagers of Emola village have been slaughtered, and the enemy is nowhere to be found. Report. Our army has lost traces of the enemy on Jinchuan mountain range, and we have suffered heavy losses. Report. We have found out that the Tang dynasty's reinforcements are from the logistics camp in Idyll. Report. Our army's 15,000 soldiers are all dead, requesting for reinforcements. Report. Our army's 2nd and 3rd reinforcements are blocked, and our logistics are cut off. Report. Our army's provisions in 3 areas have been burned to ashes, requesting for more food. Report. This summer locusts are a disaster. I'm afraid we won't be able to harvest anything. Report. Report. Zanpu, His Majesty wants you to have a sword competition. Just as Zhu Zan was recalling the scenes, he heard the soft voice of the Princess of Jincheng. Sword competition? Yes, sword competition. He wants to invite you to the sword competition on Mount Hua. Zhu Zan murmured and shook his head vigorously. He looked at the sword in his hand and sighed to the sky. 2 streams of tears flowed out of his eyes. He held the sword up high, and knelt on the ground. He replied dryly to Li Longji, "I'm slow-witted, Your Majesty, I'll do as you say." Sigh. More sighs sounded almost at the same time. However, when he suddenly closed his eyes, he seemed to have aged 10 years. He didn't want to blame Zuzan and say that he was timid. After all, he had been to Tubo before and understood the current situation in Tubo. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had stationed 30,000 soldiers and countless horses at the front line of Jinchuan Mountain, waiting for the war to start. In addition, there were troops flying in the sky, long spears that could decide life and death in 300 steps, and thunderous cannon fire. If it were him, he wouldn't have the courage to challenge Li Longji. Li Longji's brows relaxed. He nodded and said to Zuzan, "What you said is exactly what I want. I'll give you the surname Li, and reward you with 10,000 bolts of silk and $10 million. Thank you, Your Majesty." Zuzan's voice trembled. He bowed to the ground and didn't get up for a long time. Li Longji then looked at Emojilian. "Emojilian, do you have anything to say?" I want to go back and discuss." Emojilian couldn't make the decision and could only reply like this. At this time, Wang Wan suddenly interrupted. "Your Majesty, I ask for your order to send Emojilian back to the Turks. I'm going to Feng province to train the soldiers and do some exercises. On the way, bring along the cannons and see if the horses are afraid of the sound of cannons." I thought about it again. "I'm willing to listen to Your Majesty's order to sharpen the sword." Emojilian looked at Wang Wan and quickly expressed his position. He meant that he couldn't make the decision for the Turks, but he was willing to submit. Li Longji wanted to laugh out loud, but he restrained himself and looked at the others. Chapter 827. Under the threat of powerful military force, the countries and tribes around Great Tang expressed their stance. The representative of Xinlua, Li Yanqing, could not make the decision. He wanted to learn from the representative of Japan. The representative of Japan did not directly hand over everything like the Tubo and Turkic people. Instead, he continued to be a subject in name. Li Yanqing knew that Japan was not afraid of Great Tang's troops attacking them. What he was worried about was that Great Tang's ships often attacked Japanese ships in the sea. Thinking about his own side, Xinlua's position was not bad. The main problem was that Jili province was a little close to Xinlua. He could not express his stance for the time being, and could only tell Li Longji the truth. They would discuss it when they returned to Xinlua. Li Longji did not expect to accept Xinlua and Nippon into the Great Tang. Of course, he was not worried that Nippon and Xinlua would stab him in the back. As long as Xiaobao and Huan were still in Jili province, they would suppress their ambitions no matter how bold they were. The people from the commanderies in the north of Hebei province were easier to talk to. Most of the population had been moved away, and the tribes had conflicts. They were not as united as Japan and Xinlua. In addition, Jili province had given many practical benefits recently. In the past, they had interacted with Great Tang as a subject. If they were annexed, so be it. They could not follow in the footsteps of the Blackwater Commandery. They did not know how many people Commandery Prince Tang and would kill this time. Li Longji had sent so many soldiers, how could he withdraw so easily? However, Tuyu was the first to correct his position. After all, he was a general bestowed by Li Longji. Now it was just a matter of right and proper. The Turkic king Emojilian had already said that he could not make the decision. Everyone else understood. Although he was the Turkic king, the real military power was in the hands of Prince Xian of the left. The last one left was Zizhenqi, the real master of Tubo. Everyone's eyes were on him. Zizhenqi acknowledged Great Tang's rule, but he knew that Li Longji did not want a verbal promise. He wanted practical actions. Zuzan regretted coming here personally. If he had sent someone else, he would have been able to make more preparations. His previous experience of writing letters to Li Longji in a victorious tone, even after he had lost, would be gone forever. He pretended to eat a piece of meat and drank a full night of wine. Zizhenqi asked Li Longji, "What arrangements does Your Majesty have? We would like to hear what you think." Li Longji couldn't think of what to do at this moment. The environment of Tubo was very troublesome to govern. Ordinary people would fall sick if they went there. And they wouldn't be able to adapt to the food. Cooking noodles and steamed buns was like a dream. Ancestor Chida was a little embarrassed. He glanced at the place where Zhang Xiaobao was, and saw that he and Wang Wan were lowering their heads, and seemed to be secretly eating something. Suddenly, a plan came to his mind. Your Majesty, this subject requests Your Majesty to send someone to take over this subject's territory, from Jinchuan to Pengzhou Pass. Also, send a capable official to this subject's territory, to deal with all the government affairs. Li Longji felt that something was wrong when he heard Chida's praise. Who didn't know that although that piece of land belonged to Tubo in name, it actually belonged to Xiaobao and Cuckoo? If they really sent someone to be an official, what would the two of them think? Unless two of them were sent there. But what about Jili province? Li Longji was in a dilemma. If he didn't control Jinchuan and Ruoshui, he wouldn't be able to extend his hand to Tubo. But if he did, it would affect the two children. Your Majesty, this subject feels that Ancestor Chida is right. It should be so. Now, this subject and the king have a caravan passing through. However, without an official to govern, it is inconvenient. This subject requests Your Majesty to send a capable subject to govern. As for the land that Your Majesty bestowed upon this subject, and this subject thinks that this subject has no time to spare. Also, this subject heard that there is a city further west called Shanqing. Shanqing is further west, and there is a lake. The lake is like the sea. There are countless fishes and birds in it. There are even pearls that can reflect the moon. I hope Your Majesty will allow this. When Li Longji was worried, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly spoke. He was holding a half-eaten chicken head in one hand, and a piece of chicken thigh in the other. With a mouth full of oil, he talked about the ownership of a piece of land in a casual manner. It was as if he was talking about whether to steam or boil dumplings. When Ancestor Chida looked over, he nodded at Ancestor Chida, meaning, "You see, the two of us are on good terms. I support you." Li Longji was happy and in a good mood. He nodded and said, "Official Zhang's words are reasonable. I will grant Shanqing to you and the king, and exempt the rent for 5 years. What do you think?" This subject does not agree with Your Majesty's rent reduction. Jinchuan is more prosperous in the west. If Your Majesty reduces this subject's rent, what about the other places? This subject requests Your Majesty to take back the imperial favor. Zhang Xiaobao looked like he was thinking for the country, and directly refused. Ancestor Chida was depressed. According to Zhang Xiaobao's words, not only did he not provoke the conflict between Zhang Xiaobao and Li Longji, but he also lost a large piece of land. If that lake was seized by Zhang Xiaobao, salt would be expensive in the future. No, he had to stop it. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. Your Majesty, Qinghai Lake is far away from Pengzhou. It is inconvenient to travel. This subject is afraid that Governor Zhang has no time to control it. Why don't? That's not right. Ancestor Chida, I think I can do it. If you don't believe me, you can try. I promise to build that road. 100,000 cavalrymen from Pengzhou will arrive there in 3 days and 3 nights. Zhang Xiaobao did not bother to argue with Ancestor Chida anymore, and wanted to make a bet with him. You can brag as much as you want. If you can arrive in 3 days and 3 nights, I will tear off my head and give it to you. Ancestor Chida thought in his heart. He said, of course there is no need, but this subject. Well, I approve. From next year onwards, the surrounding areas will have to pay rent. Official Zhang will have to work hard. Li Longji impatiently interrupted Ancestor Chida's words, and gave the place that did not belong to the Tang Empire to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. When the people of the Tang Empire saw that Zhang Xiaobao and the emperor did not have any conflicts, they were relieved. They were really afraid that Zhang Xiaobao would not give up the place. At the same time, they looked at Ancestor Chida with eyes full of schadenfreude. You deserve it. When Zhang Xiaobao's forces go there, let's see what you can do. Ancestor Chida was silent. His face was ugly. He did not even touch the meat that the princess of Jincheng gave him. Aunt Princess, I'll treat you to chicken. Brother's chicken is delicious. Xiao Bei was not satisfied with Ancestor Qida's attitude towards the Princess of Jincheng. He used 2 knives to strenuously cut a chicken and brought it to Ancestor Qida. He wanted Ancestor Qida to take it. If he could, Zhu Zan Qidu really wanted to slap Xiao Bei away, but he could only think about it. He didn't dare to put it into action. He tried his best to squeeze out a friendly smile. He took the chicken and said to Xiao Bei, "Xiao Bei is really sensible." He then turned to the Princess of Jincheng and said, "Nu, I'll help you tear it." "I thank you, Zongpu," the Princess of Jincheng said happily. When Mo Jillian saw all this, he sighed in his heart. When did women have such a status in Tubo? Ancestor Qida was really pitiful. Fortunately, Li Longji did not agree to his proposal. Otherwise, he would have to treat a woman like an ancestor. The sword meet on Mount Hua was over. The warm bonfire dinner made many people feel cold. They followed Li Longji's instructions and boarded the ship to the capital. This year, they were going to spend the new year in the Tang Empire. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not plan to return to Jili province, nor did they plan to go to Luoyang. Their families had already set off from Luoyang and came to the capital together for the new year. They did not need to go back next year. Zhang Zhong was going to find an official position in the capital. The specific official position had not been arranged yet, but at the very least, he had to be a minister. His original second-rank official position would be removed, and he would become a third-rank official. It was an apparent demotion but a hidden promotion. In terms of official positions, the happiest were Xiao Bei and the other 9. They had caught a spy and made a great contribution. The original imperial grandee was a 5th-rank official. He wore light red clothes and had a silver fish pouch. Now he wore dark red clothes. He was a civil grandee and a traditional Chinese physician. He still wore a silver fish pouch. However, Xiao Bei chose to ignore the latter point. She liked the goldfish pouch. Her own handiwork was good. After Li Longji rewarded Xiao Bei and the others according to their contributions, he thought about it and felt that he should compensate Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He also gave Xiao Bei and the other 9 people a power. The original imperial censor was now the imperial censor and the chancellor of the Supreme Court. It sounded like a mess. Those who knew of this matter were even more afraid when they looked at Xiao Bei and the others. If the imperial censor could only impeach and could not arrest people, then the chancellor of the Supreme Court could directly judge the case. Naturally, no one believed that the emperor would give such power to the 9 children. It was still controlled by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Although the 9 children very coincidentally caught a spy who wanted to murder the emperor, would they know how to judge the case? After Xiao Bei figured out the power she had, she also considered this problem. Judging the case seemed to be very difficult. Xiao Yuan, you have to memorize the Yonghui Law and the 6 classics to avoid making a wrong judgment. You can't judge even if you memorize it. Do you think that you can write a case just because you have the power of the Chancellor of the Supreme Court? Do you know what a joint hearing is? Xiao Yuan poured a vat of cold water on Xiao Bei. Ah, there's such a thing. I don't care. I'll judge when I catch him. Xiao Yuan, let me ask you. Do you want to be an official? A real official like your brother and sister. Let's work together and reserve a county to bring good fortune to the people. Xiao Bei decided not to follow the rules. She rolled her eyes and proposed another idea. Xiao Yuan shook her head vigorously. No, I don't have that ability. If you want to be an official, you can be one. Okay, I'll go talk to them. Xiao Bei made a big decision. Zhang Xiaobao did not pay much attention to the promotion of his younger siblings. Instead, he discussed the matter with Wang Wan for a while, then looked for Li Longji to discuss it for 4 hours. When dawn broke the next day, Li Longji issued a series of decrees. The 40,000 people from the northern part of Hebei province were left to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The 10,000 people with the most unstable hearts were trained in the capital. The remaining 30,000 people were divided between Shanandong province and Huainan province. 25,000 soldiers were transferred from the 2 provinces to Fengzhou to participate in the prefecture army drill. Chapter 828. After the trip to Mount Hua was over, they still chose to return by water. The canal that the fleet had taken was not frozen again. There were many small boats wandering on the surface of the river. As long as there was the slightest sign of ice, someone would smash it. Only when the imperial court's large ship passed by did the small boats approach the shore one after another, waiting obediently for inspection. Fish, fish, I see fish. Someone go and buy it. Xiao Bei, who was standing on the deck, rubbed his hands that were red from the cold. He put down his binoculars and ordered the person in charge of protecting him. This person immediately went to do it. It was not easy for other people to suddenly stop the current emperor's fleet, but Xiao Bei's ship was an exception. Xiao Bei imagined the scene of the big fish being placed on a plate after it was done and praised herself. Xiao Bei is really good to Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan loves to eat this the most. And I'll go ask Uncle Emperor. Xiao Bei is a good child. He did as he said. A few ropes were shot from this ship to the ship in front, and a pontoon bridge was temporarily built. Under the protection of a few people, Xiao Bei switched to another ship. After doing this 2 more times, he finally arrived at the ship that Li Longji was on. Li Longji did not care about the cold outside, and was enthusiastically admiring the endless scenery on both sides of the canal with a group of officials. The flowing water, the snow-white land, and the gray sky. When Li Longji looked at it, he felt that it was so beautiful and enchanting. Even the sparrows that flew around and chirped incessantly were more lively than before. Zhang Shua, who had been feeling a little uneasy recently, did not stay too far away from Li Longji. He stood 2 steps behind Li Longji and admired the scenery together. However, he could not see anything that was pleasing to the eye. The river that was supposed to be frozen looked so glaring. In the distance, a field of white showed the bleakness of the earth. Who knew how many grains the sparrows had secretly eaten? But they were still so fat. The sky was so gloomy that it made people feel gloomy. Li Longji did not know what Zhang Shua was thinking. In any case, he was happy, and anything he saw made him happy. Even the people who were anxiously selling things at high prices during the last few days, before the new year, became lively in his eyes. A commotion came from afar. Li Longji raised his binoculars and looked in that direction. He saw a person who had just arrived at the riverside market with a pole. Before the pole could be put down, he was surrounded by many people. Actually, it wasn't that far, only about 400 steps away. If it was in the past, no one would be allowed to get so close, as it could easily bring about danger. However, the ship was now equipped with guns that could fire continuously. There were also people observing the situation from the observation deck. Li Longji was confident that no one could get close enough to hurt him. 300 steps. That was the line between life and death. Therefore, they did not continue to disturb the people, and allowed them to have a more peaceful time before the new year. Zhang Shua, who was behind him, didn't understand the emperor's thoughts. When he saw the emperor looking over, he thought it was disgust. He quickly ordered the people around him. Go, let the guards on the shore disperse those people. Just as the person who received the order was about to carry it out, Li Longji spoke up. Wait a moment. Why is Minister Zhang chasing them away? Mortals disturbed the emperor's heart. Your Majesty, this matter cannot be allowed to continue. Otherwise, how will the people know of your Majesty's majesty? Zhang Shua, who had always felt that he could see through the emperor's thoughts, was puzzled this time. He chose to say something good. Without waiting for Li Longji to speak, Xiao Bei, who had run all the way here unimpeded, heard Zhang Shua's words and helped to refute. Big bad Zhang. Oh, it's Lord Zhang who misspoke. Xiao Bei often heard my elder brothers and sisters say that the emperor's heart is the people's heart. The people are the most important, followed by the country, and the monarch is the least important. Only when the people are living well can it prove that Uncle Emperor is powerful. That person must have picked out mountain goods to sell, and can sell them for a good price before the new year. If we chase them away, how are we going to spend the new year? After saying this, Xiao Bei raised her head. She suddenly felt that she was not inferior to Xiao Yuan. She could also remember a lot of words that sounded good. Zhang Shuo was very uncomfortable after being lectured by Xiao Bei, especially when he heard the way Xiao Bei addressed him. It was impossible to say that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had nothing to do with this matter. But he also knew that he could not lower himself to the same level as a child. He smiled and patted Xiao Bei's head. Xiao Bei really knows a lot. The market is also convenient for the people's daily business. Of course, if my elder brother says it's possible, then it's definitely possible. Building the bridge is convenient for the people, and there are more taxes. It's a good thing, especially for the merchants who come and go. They have earned enough money, so they should give some to the people. Xiao Bei dodged a few steps to the side. Her hair had been styled for 4 hours, so she couldn't let anyone mess it up. What if Big Bad Zhang stealthily took away the luminous pearl on the hairpin? Zhang Shuo did not know what Xiao Bei was thinking. He continued to ask Xiao Bei with a smile. Then what if the merchants worked together to deliberately lower the price? That's impossible. Between the clouds and the water and blue sea silver sand have already given the lowest price. If the merchants do not give enough, the sellers will organize themselves to sell to between the clouds and the water and blue sea silver sand. No one is a fool. The merchants will at least give the same price. Xiao Bei seemed to know a lot, so she explained to Zhang Shuo. Then wouldn't between the clouds and the water lose money? Zhang Shuo asked again. No, since there are people going to eat, we can just add the price to them. Aya, why are you so annoying? You don't stop asking. So what if it's a little wrong? Do you want to continue to be right? Elder brother and elder sister said that this is the rule. When a mistake is made to a certain extent, the new rule will definitely replace the old one. At worst, we can just use a new method. Time after time, it always keeps people on their toes. Xiao Bei answered 2 questions and felt annoyed. She came here with a purpose, not to chat with Zhang Shuo. Although Zhang Shuo, the prime minister, had an extraordinary position in many people's hearts, that did not include her and her elder brothers and sisters. Zhang Shuo was taken aback when he heard Xiao Bei's words. Xiao Bei might not have said it intentionally, but the listener took it seriously. He suddenly realized why he had been feeling uneasy recently. Ultimately, it was because of the position of Prime Minister, the head of the Secretariat. But ever since the Emperor had ascended the throne, there had not been a single Prime Minister who had been able to remain in this position for too long. Could it be that his time had come? No, this was absolutely impossible. He had to think of a way to continue staying in this position. Li Longji did not know what Zhang Shuo was thinking, but he was happy when he saw Xiao Bei. In the entire Great Tang, it seemed that only the children of the Zhang family and Wang family were the most adorable. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had grown up, and Xiao Bei's group of little fellows had begun to appear. Pulling Xiao Bei over, Li Longji squatted down and pointed at the faraway market. Why are there so many people there? Li Longji's answer was that it was almost the new year, and that they were busy preparing for the new year. He thought that Xiao Bei would give the same answer. Unexpectedly, Xiao Bei chose a different answer. Because they have money. The lives of the common people are better than before, so they have more spare money to buy things. The new year is actually not a single night. It is a kind of spirit, a kind of inheritance that comes from the previous generations. As long as the common people know that they are homesick for the new year, this nation will not be defeated by others. It is very difficult for a nation without an inheritance to accumulate its own history and civilization. If one is not careful, it will be like a flash in the pan. Aya, Xiao Bei knows so much. Li Longji hugged Xiao Bei and praised him. It was Big Brother and Big Sister who said it. They also said that while it seems like celebrating the new year is a kind of habit, when you look deeper, you will realize that it comes from the solemnity of the soul. Aya, in any case, I don't understand. In any case, Big Brother and Big Sister will be very happy during the new year next year. And I will also be very happy. Xiao Bei could not understand too much, so he could only repeat. Li Longji was stunned by Wei Wei's words. He had not thought about it carefully before, but now that he thought about it, it really was the case. The dynasty had changed, but the new year had not. What he felt more was the happiness in his heart. Xiao Bei had spoken well. The lives of the common people were better than before, so he naturally had to take a large part of the credit. Giving Xiaobei a big kiss, Li Longji amiably asked, "Xiaobei, you answered well. We want to reward you." "Xiaobei, what do you want?" "Really?" Xiaobei was excited. She already had her goal when she came here, but she did not know what to say. She did not expect that the task would be delivered to her. A monarch's words are not to be taken lightly. As long as we can do it, we will definitely do it. However, we cannot just randomly find someone to help you vent your anger. There must be evidence. For example, the people who were arrested last time, and the people who were first impeached by you. Li Longji had been in a good mood these past few days, so he very happily agreed. Xiaobei waved her fist. "Yay! Uncle Emperor, I will say it now. Xiaobei wants an official position." "Didn't you just get promoted?" Li Longji did not expect that Xiaobei would still want an official position. This official position could not be promoted anymore. How many people would be unconvinced if a group of children were given a fourth-rank official position? If the court officials did not understand that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's efforts and gains were considered small, they would have already killed themselves in the morning court. Xiaobei stretched out 2 fingers, her thumb and index finger, and gestured. "I don't want a high-ranking official. I want a low-ranking official. A very, very low-ranking one. A 7th rank or 8th rank official." Xiaobei knows that people need to know how to restrain themselves. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out from the forest will be blown away by the wind. Right, Xiaobei knows a lot. "What kind of official position do you want?" Li Longji was amused. He kissed Xiaobei again and asked, "A low-ranking one. For example, a county magistrate, deputy county magistrate, registrar, songji and brush official are also fine. Isn't it very low-ranking?" Xiaobei and Xiaoyuan Gij, Xiaozhu Gij, Xiaohai Gij, Xiaonan Gij, and Xiaonan Gij are not afraid of standing out from the forest. Xiaobei had a very sensible look on her face, as she seriously explained to Li Longji. Li Longji was stunned. Zhang Shua, who had just recovered, was also stunned. Isn't this called standing out from the forest? How old were Xiao Bao and Cuckoo when they became the county magistrate and registrar respectively? They only got those positions after the 2 of them went on a killing expedition in Tubo. How much did Xiao Bao harm Tubo? How did Cuckoo get her nickname of Demon? Those 2 positions were made from the blood of countless people. You also want them. Isn't this a joke? Xiaobei found that the 2 people's expressions were not right. She lowered her head, thought for a while, and asked tentatively, "Uncle Emperor, is it difficult? If it's really impossible, then forget it." When I told Xiaoyuan, he didn't agree. When we return to Jili province, I will learn from my brother and sister. When Xiaobei said this, Li Longji suddenly reacted. After thinking for a while, he made a decision in his heart. "It's not difficult at all. Who is our Xiaobei? She is. Isn't she the one that everyone loves? The one that flowers bloom when he sees her? The one that comes when he sees her? The one that comes when the sun shrouds the sky?" Xiaobei praised herself. "Ha, yes, that's right. Minister Zhang, listen to my orders." Li Longji laughed heartily and said to Xiaobei with a straight face, "This official is here." Xiaobei also had a serious expression as she blinked her big eyes and waited for her orders. "I will abolish Jian, an province's governor's office, and set up 3 new counties. Zhang Xiaobei will be Jianan County Magistrate, Wang Xiaoyuan will be Jianan County Registrar, and Uncle Emperor can't do it. Xiaoyuan can't be a registrar. Only Xiaohai Gij can be a registrar. Xiaoyuan doesn't know how to calculate." "Oh, Your Majesty, please continue." Xiaobei suddenly interrupted Li Longji's words. Thinking of the current situation, she became obedient. "Oh, then Zhang Xiaohai will be Jianan County Registrar, Xiaoyuan will be County Magistrate, and..." Li Longji gave all 9 people their positions in one breath. Zhang Shua wanted to stop him. Wouldn't this be child's play? If he gave them positions just like that, how would the other officials view him? However, when he heard that all the positions were from Jili province, Zhang Shua gave up on the idea of stopping him. Now in Jili province, Other than the official who was transferred from outside to be trained by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, all the other officials were from the inner court of the Zhang family and Wang family. Jianan province's governor's office was already in name only. There was no one left. What was the point of keeping it? If it was to be removed, then so be it. Since that was the case, when Xiao Bei and the others became officials, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would be in charge. He didn't believe that the two of them would dare to let Xiao Bei and the others manage a county. Xiao Bei solemnly promised that she would improve the intelligence of that place. Suddenly, she thought of the story told by her brother and sister, and felt that she should share it with others. She then said to Li Longji, "Our Tang Empire is still very weak. My brother and sister said that on the other side of the sea, in a very, very far away place, there are powerful countries. They can make big birds that can carry hundreds of people and fly in the sky. They can also make fast fish that can swim underwater. They can also carry many people. If they attack us, we will be in trouble." Is there really such a place? How did Xiao Bao and Cuckoo know? Li Longji's originally happy mood was suddenly covered with a layer of shadow. If it was someone else who said this, he would definitely not take it to heart. However, since it was from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, it was probably not wrong. He had seen the magical cannon, tried the hot air balloon, and also seen the glider that allowed people to fly back and forth. If there was a more powerful place, what should he do? I heard it from others. Xiao Bei replied, Yes, I heard it from others. Li Longji's first thought was of the experts from the Zhang clan and Wang clan. Could it be that the two of them had come from another place? That was really possible. The hot air balloon that carried the two of them had probably broken down, and the two of them were unable to return. If that was really the case, then the two of them had been able to teach people like Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, and create many things that had never been seen before. How many people like the two of them were there in that place? And how long had it taken them to develop? When he thought of this, Li Longji's blood immediately turned cold. He was afraid that even more people would come from that place. Would the great Tang be able to deal with them? Xiao Bei, hurry and call your brother and sister over. We have something to ask them. Li Longji wanted to confirm if what Xiao Bei had said was true. Oh, Uncle Emperor, wait a moment. I'll go right away. Uncle Emperor, can't you just send a signal? I'm also very tired from running back and forth. Xiao Bei replied. He turned around and ran 2 steps before suddenly stopping in his tracks. He felt that he was very foolish. The signal was sent, and it was quickly received by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. This telegram is really too difficult to make. Isn't it just a short circuit in a channel? It's really tiring to make. Those craftsmen who claim to be amazing haven't even mastered the principles after so long. What a waste of money. Let's go and see Li Longji. I wonder what he's up to this time. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan, who was drawing the telegram, and felt dizzy. Wang Wan hadn't finished the telegram yet, and now that Li Longji had sent the message over, he could relax a little. Wang Wan rolled up the telegram and rubbed her temples. As she walked out with Zhang Xiaobao, she said, The conditions are tough now, and we have to work hard to overcome them. Back then, simple things are difficult here. It's a problem with the raw materials, and we have to work hard. Did something happen to Little Bei again? Someone just reported that Little Bei went over. When the two of them arrived at Li Longji's ship and listened to Li Longji's story, they finally understood what was going on. In order not to make Little Bei and the others proud, they did not think too much when they told stories. They even told them about planes, submarines, and other things. Naturally, the place they appeared in was a powerful country overseas. They did not expect Li Longji to believe them. The two of them looked at each other and reached an agreement. Then they began to tell Li Longji about how planes flew, how submarines could travel underwater, the power of missiles, and the speed of torpedoes. Can we really attack from Luzhou to the capital? Li Longji was frightened. Wasn't that too far? Li Longji broke out in cold sweat when he thought about the situation when he encountered such a weapon. If the people from that faraway place attacked, how could he defend himself? Of course it's very powerful, but Zhang Xiaobao felt that he had scared Li Longji enough. He should at least give Li Longji some hope. However, if my great Tang develops another weapon, we can detect their missiles ahead of time and intercept them. We can also mark out a place on the ocean, so that as long as they reach that place, we can attack them and not let them get too close. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not mention satellites and intercontinental ballistic missiles. Li Longji was not confident, let alone nuclear bombs. Otherwise, with an intercontinental ballistic missile and a nuclear bomb, the capital would be gone with a bang. Li Longji would have to live to his heart's content while he was still alive. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan hoped that Li Longji would maintain his current shrewdness and not be like the people in history who would relax after reaching a certain age and think that Great Tang was invincible. No matter how tired Li Longji was, he could not guess what the two were thinking. When he heard that there was a way to intercept them, he placed his hopes on this matter. Xiaobao Cuckoo, tell me the truth. Do you know when they will attack? At least 40 years, right? It's not easy to get here. I heard from Master that the two of them were already in a lot of trouble and almost died on the way. Oh, Master saw them in a dream, Zhang Xiaobao said seriously to Li Longji. Wang Wan had a heavy expression, as if this was true. However, in her heart, she was cursing Zhang Xiaobao's shamelessness. If not for the fact that Zhang Xiaobao wanted to conquer the entire Eurasian continent in his lifetime, why would he make up such a lie? Li Longji's face was a little pale. He nodded and said, That's good, that's good. Hurry up and create something that can intercept them. Tell us what you need. Li Longji did not believe in Zhang Xiaobao's dream at all. In his heart, he had already acknowledged the existence of experts from the Zhang family and Wang clan. As a liar, Zhang Xiaobao knew that Li Longji did not trust him that much. He had to come up with something even more miraculous. When he thought about the telegraph machine that Wang Wan had asked people to create, he suddenly had an idea. Your Majesty, that thing is not easy to make. It requires more craftsmen and materials. Some of the materials might not be available in Great Tang, but this subject feels that if we continue to head east and north, we should be able to find them. Adjunct Wang and this subject are currently thinking of something new. Your Majesty will know once we make it. I heard from Master in this subject's dream that this thing is very common in that place. In fact, it might not even be used. It can be used to receive news from the other side within a few breaths of time. Your Majesty, there's no need to be anxious. We should first stabilize the situation. At the very least, there aren't any powerful countries in the surrounding area. Minister Zhang's words are correct. Hurry up and make that thing, so that we can take a look. Li Longji didn't know what to feel at this time. He wanted to believe in Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, but he also felt that this was a little unreliable. If he said that he didn't believe in them, he would have to admit that many things were made. Thus, he could only decide to take a look. If there really was something that could send news from 100 li away, no matter what, he had to find a way to support the two of them in finding craftsmen to make this amazing thing. At this point, the conversation between the three of them came to an end. After successfully swindling Li Longji, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned to their ships. Li Longji waited for the two of them to leave for 15 minutes before emerging from the cabin. There was no longer any trace of joy on his face, and his eyes were very grave. When someone came to report that Zhu Zan and Chido were very obedient, he only nodded. He looked at the ships of the surrounding countries and gave a self-mocking smile. Small countries, just small countries. If they're destroyed, then so be it. Who dares to disobey the might of cannons? They're just fish and shrimp in the river. So how could they know the vastness of the ocean? If I tell them about missiles, they'll be scared to death. Li Longji muttered to himself. He suddenly realized that he didn't need to care about the Tufan and the Turkic Khaganate anymore. Hurry up and do it. Didn't you say that telegrams are easy to make? Do it first and let Li Longji see it. Even if you want to lie, you have to make sure that it's true and false. After returning to the cabin, Zhang Xiaobao urged Wang Wan as he ground an ink stick. What's the hurry? If you can do it, you can do the drawing. Things aren't as simple as you think. I reckon that this game between us and Li Longji will last for a very long time. As long as we can get the telegram out and make him believe it, we can gradually raise the foundation of the entire industrial system. He will be constantly afraid of us. It's really not easy. What if there's a gap in the technological tree? Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao as she unfolded the drawing once more. She picked up the brush and prepared to continue. Zhang Xiaobao rubbed the brush a few times with all his might, but he didn't find any effect. He slowed down again and replied, "Back when we were making the atomic bomb, our other industrial systems couldn't keep up. But didn't we still manage to make it? It's the same now. Back then, it wasn't that we couldn't keep up. It was those 10 years that caused us to suffer. How many decades do we have in life? How many times do we still have ambitions? Forget it, it's all in the past. It's useless to talk about it anymore. You should think of a way to make a special place. Don't put it in Changning. I always feel that that place is not under our control." Wang Wan's words were filled with endless resentment and regret. After saying this, she changed the topic. Zhang Xiaobao stopped what he was doing. He closed his eyes and thought for a while. He said, "We can't put it in the seaside. Let's put the industrial base in Sanshui County. There are mountains behind it. Throw it in the mountains. When the children in Zhuangzi who have studied physics and chemistry are older and have mastered all the high school knowledge, we can let them join." "That's the only way," Wang Wan replied. She began to think about her telegraph machine again. This thing was not difficult. The principle was there. But when it came to making it, the craftsmen couldn't keep up with it. It was often a very simple problem. If they wanted to understand it thoroughly, they usually needed more knowledge to explain it. After a few days of sailing, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were busy. Xiaobei and the others were excited. Li Longji returned to the capital with a lot on his mind. To be honest, Zhu Zan and Mo Jillian had never seen the prosperity of the capital. The information they got from others was far less shocking than seeing it with their own eyes. From the outside, there was not a single trace of brick or stone on the high city walls. It was as flat as a mirror. Pedestrians shuttled back and forth on the wide streets, and carriages kept moving. The trees on the sides of the roads, the gutters used for drainage, and the places where people walked on bricks made people feel that this was a very magical place. The first impression of people who had never been to the Tang Empire's capital was that it was big. It was very big, so big that it was a little scary. They didn't know how many people such a city could hold. The second feeling was wealth. Not a single person was begging on the streets. Everyone was wearing beautiful clothes, especially the women. They were wearing clothes that looked like they would freeze to death in winter, but they were actually so alluring. Mo Jillian really wanted to enter the palace to take a look. He didn't have the chance. He only took a few glances in the morning court. He didn't understand. Previously, when he came to the capital, he couldn't lift the curtains and look outside. At that time, he was sitting in a sealed carriage. Since the other places in the capital were so good, the palace would be even better. But Li Longji didn't give them such an opportunity. At least he couldn't give it to them now. He needed to let them walk around the capital. After they were shocked enough, he would bring them to Xingqing Palace and let them see what an extraordinary place was. The matter of arranging accommodation for others naturally didn't need Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The two of them brought their families back to Savant's restaurant. At this time, their families had already arrived. Zhang Zhong knew that his son and daughter-in-law had returned. He personally went to the entrance of the restaurant to welcome them. Seeing his son who had grown taller, his face was full of smiles. We're home. Xiaobei happily jumped into the arms of Zhang Wang clan and kissed her mother. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. She also missed her mother. She was much more sensible now. Xiaobei has grown so big. Auntie won't be able to carry you anymore. Zhang Wang clan hugged Xiaobei and said happily, I can carry you. Xiaobei learned from brother. My body seems to be weightless. Mother, Xiaobei knows how to cook chives and scrambled eggs. Brother even praised Xiaobei for it. Xiaobei hugged Zhang Wang clan's neck and said excitedly, seeing that her daughter wasn't shy with strangers, Zhang Wang clan carried Xiaobei upstairs and praised her. Xiaobei was so happy that her face bloomed like a flower. After everyone had settled down, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan found their father. They gathered together and discussed their positions after the new year. Father, which ministry do you want to be a minister? Zhang Xiaobao poured tea for the two families. He looked at his father and asked, Father, which ministry do you want to be a minister? When Father Zhang heard his son's words, he fell silent. He also didn't know which place was suitable for him. When he was in Luoyang, he didn't encounter the situation that he had mentioned earlier. No one tried to trip him up. Every time he had an idea, he would always be able to get support. Zhang Zhong understood that this wasn't because he was capable, but because his son and daughter-in-law worked hard outside. Everyone was afraid of his two children. He hadn't been idle during this period of time, and had learned a lot. If he were to look at the 6 ministries, it seemed that any one of them would do. He mainly wanted to see what his son had in mind. While Zhang Zhong was thinking, Zhang Xiaobao wasn't in a hurry. He waited quietly. After almost 15 minutes, Zhang Zhong said, Xiaobao, which ministry do you think is suitable for me to go to? Ah, you're asking me? I think the Ministry of Works should be a minister. My father-in-law can go to the Ministry of War and be an assistant minister. If you feel tired, you can go to the Ministry of Rights. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it and decided on his father's position. As for Wang Wan's father, he couldn't let him be an official that was too high. He wasn't cut out for it, and it had nothing to do with knowledge. It would be fine if he could be like Yang Guozhong, but he couldn't compare. As for the Ministry of Works, it was because his plan required a lot of craftsmen. The imperial court would definitely not let them go. If it was an incompetent official who was always looking for trouble, he might as well let his father be it. Wang Wan nodded in support. I think it's fine. He can go to the Ministry of Works as a minister. As for my father, he can go to the Ministry of Rights. There are too many things to do at the Ministry of War. My father will be tired. Father Wang didn't say anything. He knew that if he really relied on his own abilities, he wouldn't even be able to become an official, much less an assistant minister. All of this was because he had a good daughter. He didn't have any hopes in this life. In the future, he would have to rely on his son Xiao Yuan. He believed that with Xiao Yuan's photographic memory and his daughter's and son-in-law's abilities, he would definitely be able to obtain a very good future. Seeing that his son had set his sights on the Ministry of Works, Zhang Zhong nodded and agreed. Since that's the case, I'll listen to my son Xiaobao. These words were said very casually. After he finished speaking, Zhang Zhong looked at Zhang Wang clan and suddenly felt an inexplicable feeling. Zhang Wang clan replied with a smile. She understood what she meant. Zhang Zhong sighed inwardly. He didn't know what to say. What was he discussing with his son just now? It was about the ownership of a minister in the capital. Normally, this kind of problem couldn't be discussed in his own home. When he was preparing to rely on the imperial examinations, he never thought that there would be a day like this. The ownership of a minister depended on his son. It could be said that it was decided. This should be considered bringing honor to the ancestors, right? Looking at the other 9 children sitting obediently beside him, Zhang Zhong felt as if he was in a dream. Not long ago, he would have thought about today's matter. Zhang Xiaobao didn't have any other thoughts. Okay, then it's decided. Father, you haven't eaten yet, right? I'll go and prepare now. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao stood up and walked outside. Wang Wan naturally followed. When the two were about to walk out of the door, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly shouted, Brother, I want to eat vinegar. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left, the old master of the Zhang family picked up his teacup and leisurely blew twice. He tried to use a calm tone as he said, The position of minister has been decided just like that? Will someone try to steal it from my son? Zhang Zhong hurriedly comforted him. Father, no one can steal it. If Xiaobao says it's the minister, then it's the minister. If he says it's the Ministry of Works, then it can't be the Ministry of Revenue. I believe in Xiaobao. These words happened to be heard by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were not too far away. Wang Wan pursed her lips and smiled. It seems that your status in the family is getting higher and higher. You can decide the position of minister. What's the point of being minister? If you really annoy me, I can even decide the position of emperor. And that, since you already know my ability, you have to listen to me more in the future. You can't refute me. Do you understand? Zhang Xiaobao raised his head and puffed out his chest, trying hard to show a proud appearance. Yes, this concubine understands. Does my husband have anything else to say? Wang Wan knew that she could spend a few more days with her family. In her happiness, she compromised a little to give Zhang Xiaobao some face. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said, "You're quite obedient. Since that's the case, I'll invade you tonight." "Bah, your face is really big. Do you want to sleep on the floor? I'll stay with my mother today. You can go wherever you want. Isn't that giving you some sunshine? Let's go, what are you waiting for?" Go, we'll go now. Madam, please calm down. I'll make your favorite cucumber with garlic sauce later. Zhang Xiaobao stopped while he was ahead. It was good to satisfy his craving for food. When Zhang family and Wang family were happy, Empress Wang was also very happy. It was not easy to stay in the palace. She came out and went to Savant's pavilion to see her son and daughter. The two little ones had grown up a lot and could call out mother. They could keep up with the nutrition. In addition, there was a reasonable way to train the babies. Now the two little ones could already run. They could run, but they did not know how to walk. Once they walked, they would fall. When they ran, they could not stop themselves. If they did, they would fall. Someone had to be in front of them to stop them. When she saw the two little ones, Empress Wang was happy and sad. She was happy because the two little ones were not bad. They were white and chubby. Their little hands were moving and could make several kinds of hand gestures. He was sad that his own children didn't recognize him. He fed Softy something edible and took out toys to play with. Only then did the two little fellows let him hug them. These were his own son and daughter. After seeing her son and daughter, Empress Wang did not want to return to the palace. She insisted on staying outside for a few more days to accompany the two little ones. Wang Wan also agreed. After all, the more time the two of them spent together, the less the novelty would be. It was just right for Empress Wang to be separated from Li Longji for 10 to 15 days. Maybe after they went back, they could give birth to twins. That would be lively. Li Longji also took some time to come out and see his son and daughter. His son was very good-looking. He was not inferior to Li Yi in the past. In fact, he was even cuter now that he had grown up. Li Longji, who did not care much about women, changed his mind when he saw Pan. This was not because Pan was good-looking, but because of Princess Jincheng, who said that a married princess could not come back. Who said that the women of the imperial clan would be bullied outside. Just look at Princess Jincheng and ask Zuzan if he dared to bully her. All of this was strength. Overwhelming strength. Dignity was gained from the roar of the cannons. After amiably chatting with the Zhang family and Wang family for a while, they decided that after the new year, Zhang Zhong would enter the imperial court and become the Minister of Works. Li Longji left happily. After returning, it was unknown who leaked this matter. When they heard that Zhang Zhong had returned from Luoyang, he did not even greet anyone, and was going to become the Minister of Works. The jealous people glared at him until their eyes were as red as the robes of the fourth-rank officials. Before the new year, when the holidays were about to start, many memorials were sent to Gao Lishur. He did not say anything. Although he was the head of the secretariat, many of the memorials that required the emperor's approval were all approved by Gao Lishur. Recently, he had not been able to sleep well. He was afraid that he would do something wrong again and offend someone he should not offend. When the time came, he would lose his official position. Now he did not want to compete with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan anymore. He only hoped that the two of them would not have any ideas about him. Li Longji seemed to have known that this kind of thing would happen. He told Gao Lishur in advance not to let this kind of thing disturb him. He began to look at the various rare animals and plants that were sent back from the south. These things that he did not even dare to think about before appeared in front of him. He could only sigh at the many things that he did not know about in the distant sea. At the same time, he was even more certain about the existence of that country that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had told him about. When the two of them created that thing that could transmit information from 100 kilometers away, then they would begin to carry out that thing called the Industrial Revolution on a national scale. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.